Hey guys, tonight we are diving into something ancient, mysterious, and surprisingly delicious. Imagine this. You're lying down, eyes fluttering closed, when suddenly you're inside a dimly lit tomb. The air smells like old linen and spices, and your fingertips brush against smooth limestone walls etched with faded hieroglyphs. Something crunches beneath your sandals. It's not bones. It's grain. Wheat scattered around baskets, clay pots, and what looks suspiciously like a platter of preserved meat. And that's when it hits you. You've woken up in the Afterlife buffet line. Welcome to ancient Egypt, where death was just the beginning of dinner. Sure, you probably won't survive the mummification process. But hey, you might just get a divine snack or two on your way out. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Also, drop your location and local time in the comments. I love seeing where and when you're tuning in. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You blink. It's dark, but your eyes begin adjusting. You're in a tomb. Elaborate carvings ripple across the walls like an ancient comic strip. Gods with falcon heads, cow horns, and ibis beaks seem to watch your every move. You're not just visiting this place. You've become the freshly dead. Laid carefully beside you are the tokens of your new, eternal life. Fine linen wrappings, a gilded mask, and a surprisingly generous assortment of food. There's a jug of beer sealed with beeswax, bundles of onions, loaves of emmer wheat bread, dried fish tied with twine, and even a bowl of what looks like honeyed dates. You sniff. Yep, that's still edible. Kind of. Why? Why so many snacks? You're dead. Do dead people get the munchies? Actually, yes, if you're an ancient Egyptian. In this world, death isn't an ending. It's just a really dramatic doorway. Behind it lies the field of reeds, a perfect mirror of life, only better. Greener, more fertile, and suspiciously free of taxes. But to make it there, you have to be judged, pass some supernatural checkpoints, and, oh yeah, travel. You'll walk, sometimes sail, through a mystical landscape. So you'll need food, lots of it. Eternal journeys don't exactly have roadside diners. The ancient Egyptians believed your spirit, your Ka, was still you, just without a body. And guess what? Your Ka still got hungry. That's why food was packed with your body. Think of it as spiritual Uber Eats, only less plastic and more pottery. A lot of what archaeologists first mistook as ritual offerings were, in fact, dinner. Real food, laid out in neat rows like room service. And not just food. Miniature clay models of bakeries, breweries, and butcher shops were placed inside tombs too, because, let's be honest, you're royalty in the afterlife. You're not making your own lunch. Historians still argue whether these items were meant to literally feed the spirit or symbolically signal wealth and devotion. Some think the food had magical properties, activated by spells and prayers. Others say it was just meant to rot, a sign of care and status. But there's no doubt the Egyptians took dining seriously. No one wants to be hungry forever. You run your fingers along a painted relief beside you. It shows a banquet. Men with neatly oiled hair, women in linen gowns, music in the background, a table piled high with roasted fowl, figs, cucumbers, and freshly baked bread. This isn't mourning. It's a party. In fact, ancient Egyptian tombs were more than burial sites. They were eternal homes. The food wasn't just for your soul. It was also for guests. Family members would return each year on special feast days to visit the dead and share meals with them. They'd pour beer onto the ground, leave fresh bread at the offering table, and whisper prayers, hoping their loved ones were enjoying themselves beyond the veil. And you, lying there now, surrounded by these careful offerings, start to see how much effort went into this. Take the beer, for example. It's not some quick barley splash. It's been brewed, strained, aged in ceramic jars, and sealed against decay. A kind of eternal craft brew. Even the bread isn't basic. Some loaves are shaped like animals. Others are infused with spices or formed in braided coils. One was even found with a recipe etched on a nearby wall, the ancient equivalent of Grandma's funeral focaccia. It's oddly comforting, because suddenly death doesn't feel lonely. It feels curated. Someone planned your afterlife like a luxury vacation. Here's your robe, your toiletries, your essential oils, and oh, don't forget the coriander lamb stew. That's how seriously they took it. The logic was, if you needed it in life, you'd need it in death. And no one wants to spend eternity hangry. Even the gods had preferences. Osiris? Partial to lettuce, apparently. Hathor? Liked beer and sycamore figs. Offerings to the gods mirrored the offerings to the dead. The line between human and divine hunger was, quite literally, thin as papyrus. You lie back. The scent of incense curls through the air, still faint, even after centuries. The soft, grainy crumble of dried bread crunches beneath your fingers. You're not just watching history. You're living it. In this moment, you're not a modern observer. You are a carefully wrapped soul with a full stomach and a golden mask, waiting for your boat to the afterlife to arrive. Hope you like traveling on a full belly. Section 2. You're still lying in that tomb, barely breathing. But that's okay. You're not supposed to breathe anymore. Instead, your senses sharpen in strange ways. You don't hear your heartbeat, but you do notice the delicate creak of ancient wood, the soft clink of pottery lids settling into place. You're surrounded by stillness, and yet you feel watched. Not by the jackal-headed Anubis, though he's carved prominently on one wall, looking smug with his staff. No, you're watched by the food. There's so much of it. Baskets of lentils and barley, palm-sized loaves nestled in linen, and dried fish with their tiny, papery mouths open in silent surprise. You begin to realize this isn't just an act of generosity. This is a pantry, a well-stocked, underground afterlife pantry. The Egyptians called it the Per-Nefer, the House of Beauty. But in practice, many tombs were more like spiritual kitchens. Offerings were organized with almost neurotic precision. Breads in one corner, fruits in another, meats wrapped tightly to prevent spoilage. Though, let's be honest, no one was coming down here with a thermometer. Even clay pots were labeled, like little Tupperware for eternity. And then there were the duplicates. For every real piece of food, there were often duplicates. Plaster loaves, wooden birds, wax grapes. To the modern eye, it seems ridiculous. But in the world you now occupy, the symbolic is just as nourishing as the real. Magic, after all, is the seasoning of the soul. Still, you're not the only one dining down here. Across the room is another sarcophagus, carved differently, slightly smaller. Maybe a wife or sister or trusted servant. She's got her own spread. A bit less extravagant, maybe, but still respectable. 2 onions, a jar of honey, a small bowl of what looks suspiciously like preserved cheese. Yes, cheese. Historians still argue whether the chalky lumps found in certain tombs were actually dairy products or some kind of hardened ritual paste. Either way, someone thought you'd want it on hand, or after hand. You get the sense that death wasn't just about preservation. It was about presentation. Think of these offerings as your final Instagram spread. Afterlife aesthetic, rustic funerary chic, featuring pomegranate molasses and freshly pickled Nile perch. And let's not forget the jars. So many jars. Glazed and unglazed, wide-mouthed and narrow-necked. They don't all smell pleasant. One lid reveals a mixture of dates and dried locusts. Another has a sticky, reddish paste. Maybe fermented fish sauce. Maybe a culinary misstep. You sit up. Well, imagine sitting up. And take mental inventory. There's order here. Intent. As if every item was hand-picked for your tastes, your needs. Which it probably was. Families prepared tomb foods with love. Some were even pre-chewed by relatives. Yes, that's real. The idea was to transfer vitality from the living to the dead. Romantic or revolting, up to you. And then there's the wine, clay amphorae, sealed with linen and resin, labeled with vineyard names, harvest years, and sometimes the name of the vintner. One bottle even reads, "For the good health of the Ka of Nesperenab, 17th year of Psusenes." That's basically the ancient version of "Happy birthday, don't chug." Not everyone got this treatment, of course. If you were poor, your offerings were sparse. A stale loaf, a symbolic pot of water, maybe a small onion if your kids really liked you. But even then, the intent mattered. It wasn't about abundance. It was about making sure your spirit didn't feel forgotten. Because to the Egyptians, oblivion was worse than death. Real death happened when no one remembered your name, or when your tomb sat unvisited, your offerings dry and cracked, your pantry empty. So they built for memory, and they filled tombs with food, not just to sustain, but to summon, to draw your Ka Bika again and again, to let you relive feasting moments from your life, birthdays, festivals, weddings, all replayed in divine VHS loops. One archaeologist once referred to tombs as eternal family restaurants with no exit signs. And sometimes these offerings got weird. In one tomb, archaeologists found dried locusts skewered on tiny sticks. Maybe a snack, maybe pest control. In another, there was a carefully preserved bowl of Nile mud mixed with lentils. Possibly a local delicacy. Possibly a joke from the embalmer. There's even evidence that people buried magical recipes alongside their food. One scroll speaks of meat not to be eaten unless you wish to hear the gods, which sounds like a hallucinogenic stew, or a bad Yelp review waiting to happen. The belief was, if you packed the right snacks, said the right spells, and made the right gestures, your spirit would be both fed and welcomed. Starving ghosts? Not a good look. Well-fed ones? Divine. And that's why, in the flickering torchlight of your imaginary tomb, you begin to appreciate the strangeness and beauty of it all. This isn't just food. It's a message. A whisper from the living to the dead, saying, "We still remember what you liked. That sticky fig cake, that tart tamarind chutney, that crunchy roasted goose you always asked for on festivals. Down here, under layers of stone and silence, a pantry becomes a love letter, a final comfort, a way to say, you won't go hungry, not in this life, not in the next." And for just a moment, lying still and full and strangely content, you believe it. Section 3. You're lying there, still mummified and serene, when a dusty shaft of light spills through a crack in the stone. It lands on something curious, just a few feet away from your perfectly arranged headrest. A platter, but not just any platter. It's a carefully wrapped loaf, golden brown, still faintly aromatic, nestled among preserved herbs. It's not symbolic. It's not painted. It's actual bread. Welcome to the most comforting twist of Egyptian funerary practices. They literally mummified food. Yes, you heard that right. Not just people, not just cats. Bread. The ancient Egyptians didn't mess around with their carbs. If bread was going into the afterlife, it was going in style. Dried, salted, sealed in resin, and wrapped tight in linen. Basically, a snack sarcophagus. And you have to admit, there's something kind of poetic about giving a loaf the same dignity as a pharaoh. You imagine the baker, flour dusting his arms, shaping each offering loaf like a sculptor shaping marble. Maybe he mutters a prayer to Khnum, the god who shaped humans from clay. Appropriate, since this dough might just be your spiritual doppelganger. In tomb after tomb, archaeologists have found mummified loaves preserved with almost absurd reverence. Some are shaped like pyramids. Others have fingerprints still visible from their final kneading. Many were baked in conical clay molds, a style unique to temple kitchens. One loaf found in the tomb of Mentuhotep II was so well preserved that researchers joked it could be toasted and served with jam, if you had a good dentist and low self-preservation instincts. And it wasn't just bread. Dried meats, goose, duck, beef, were prepared like sacred relics. Some were even bound in linen and sealed with wax. They'd often be placed inside special wooden boxes, painted to look like full-course meals. The aim? Preservation, yes, but also recognition. The Ka, your spirit, needed to identify the food it consumed. You couldn't just toss some mush in a pot and hope your soul figured it out. It had to look like a roast duck, or a honey loaf, or a steaming bowl of lentil stew, even if the steam had been gone for 3,000 years. Historians still argue whether the process of mummifying food served magical or practical purposes. Was it about keeping the scent and texture intact for the spirit to detect? Or was it symbolic, a sacred performance of abundance and care? You can almost imagine the kitchen rituals that preceded your burial. A team of temple workers dressed in white linen aprons, preparing your eternal menu like Michelin star chefs. Not rushing, not skimping, but crafting each item with religious precision. Because in this world, food wasn't just nourishment. It was prayer. And bread? Bread was everything. It was currency, sustenance, offering, and sacred art. Emmer wheat, the grain of choice, was ground on flat stones with hours of labor. No quick mills, no automation, just sheer elbow grease. The result was often gritty, filled with sand from the grinding stones. Ironic, considering you're now lying in the middle of one enormous desert. But Egyptians didn't complain. Bread was life. You'd eat it with honey, dates, garlic, and often, yes, beer. You shift your attention to the ceiling. Carved above you is an image of a woman kneading dough, while another stokes the fire. Her face is serene. Her arms are strong. She's not just baking. She's weaving a spiritual bridge. They believed that the act of making bread bound the physical and spiritual worlds together. In fact, there were entire religious orders, called servants, dedicated to baking and brewing offerings for the dead. Their job wasn't to feed the living. It was to feed the souls. And souls, apparently, had great taste. Beside the mummified loaf, you notice another wrapped item, something smaller. You peel back a layer of linen in your imagination, and behold, a date cake, sticky, dense, still fragrant, with a trace of spice, possibly cinnamon, imported all the way from far-off lands like Punt. These weren't just desserts. They were diplomatic luxuries. And here's the kicker. Some of these preserved cakes and loaves still had bite marks. That's right. Some soul, or maybe a particularly bold servant, couldn't resist a nibble before sealing them up for the afterlife. Imagine being so committed to snacking that you chew your own funerary cake. That's either devotion or divine gluttony. But it makes sense. Food wasn't a side note in Egyptian culture. It was the main act. Festivals, offerings, family gatherings, they all revolved around eating. Even religious ceremonies included sacred banquets. That's why, as your ka hovers over this banquet of preserved breads, cakes, and stews, you don't feel scared. You feel comforted. Someone loved you enough to bake for you. Even now, after all this time, your tomb smells faintly of spices, a whisper of nutmeg, a ghost of coriander. Maybe it's memory. Maybe it's magic. There's even a model bakery set against one wall. Tiny figurines rolling dough, tending tiny clay ovens. These weren't toys. They were enchantments, tools for eternity. And then, tucked behind a jar of dried figs, you spot something odd. A crude little loaf shaped like a hedgehog. Was it a joke? A pet tribute? A forgotten trend from the Dynasty 12 Pinterest board? No one knows. But it's adorable and weirdly human, because here, in the stillness of eternity, surrounded by careful rituals and stiff linen wrappings, it's the smallest things that remind you of life. A thumbprint in the dough, a splash of cinnamon on cloth, a hedgehog-shaped loaf tucked between more serious offerings. You realize then that the Egyptians didn't just prepare for death. They cooked for it, with care, with spice, with a dash of whimsy. And if you're going to be dead forever, well, might as well be full. Section 4. Your eyes drift over the bounty that surrounds you. Loaves wrapped like babies, jugs of beer sealed with love, spices packed as if every tomb might suddenly turn into a 5-star kitchen. But right in the center of it all, resting on its own carved stone pedestal, is something that's definitely not shiny. It's not golden. It doesn't glitter. It's a dried-out slab of meat. And that, ironically, is more valuable than all the gold in this tomb. Because, let's face it, you can't digest gold. The modern world loves to gawk at the glittering treasures of pharaohs. Tutankhamun's death mask, golden sandals, solid gold sarcophagi. But for the ancient Egyptians, gold was only half the story. The real flex was packing your tomb with what you actually needed. Food. Real, edible, chewable, burp-inducing food. Sure, they painted the walls with scenes of banquets and stocked the corners with golden statues, but nothing said eternal comfort like a cured leg of beef. You roll your head ever so slightly and see it. A beef rib wrapped in linen, tucked into a decorative wooden box labeled with a prayer. Not just any beef, probably from a prized long-horned cow raised near the Nile Delta. That's basically the Wagyu of the ancient world. Historians still debate whether these preserved meats were eaten by the soul or just meant to attract the attention of the gods. Either way, that cow made it farther in death than most people did in life. And let's not ignore the cost. Meat was not cheap. Most common Egyptians rarely ate it, maybe saving up for a small roast during festivals. But here you are, lying beside slabs of dried duck, goose confit, and honey-roasted ibex. Yes, ibex. All packed with the solemnity of holy relics. This wasn't casual. This was sacred budgeting. Families would save up for years to provide even one dried haunch for a loved one's tomb. A symbolic goose could cost as much as a year's wages. It's like prepaying for someone's eternal Michelin menu. And the rich? They didn't hold back. Some tombs were discovered with inventories longer than a wedding caterer's list. Dozens of meats, fruits, breads, cheeses, jugs of wine, beer, even imported spices from far-off kingdoms. You, lying there now, are the centerpiece of a meal that never ends. But here's the twist. Right next to your royal ribeye is a wax version of the same meat, identical except for the sheen. It's like a spiritual stunt double, ready to step in when the real thing gets a little too moldy for comfort. And this is where it gets really interesting. The Egyptians believed that these symbolic foods could be activated by spells. Priests would recite incantations called Hetep di Nezu, or a boon which the king gives. And suddenly, poof, your wax duck became edible to your spirit. Basically, it was a magical microwave. And now you're beginning to see the genius of it all. Gold might dazzle grave robbers, but meat? Meat impressed the gods. Your ka isn't admiring the glint of treasure. It's sniffing out the roast goose. That's why archaeologists have found so many food preparation tools buried alongside elite mummies. Bronze knives, wooden ladles, mortars and pestles. Not just props, actual utensils. As if the spirit might wake up one day and decide to whip up a stew. One tomb even had a full kitchen setup carved into the back chamber. Stone counter, built-in oven, and a grinding slab. Kitchen envy, but make it eternal. You picture the soul of a noble woman, centuries dead, deciding one evening that she simply must have pickled lotus root. Good thing her afterlife sous chefs are always on standby. Even in death, the social order remained. The high priests had temple staff to maintain their tomb pantries. Pharaohs had entire mortuary temples, pumping out food and offerings daily, long after their bodies turned to dust. And here you are, luxuriating beside a roasted goose so carefully dried, it could probably survive a nuclear winter. But that's what made it priceless. See, the living knew something essential. Once the tomb was sealed, no one could come back. The food had to last. The flavor might fade, but the gesture, now that was eternal. There's something humble in that, something beautiful. Because while the golden amulets and jeweled sandals screamed power, the food whispered love. Someone packed your lunch for forever. There's even a term in the pyramid texts, Sekhet Hetepet, the field of offerings. It was believed to be a part of the afterlife, overflowing with bread and beer and fruit trees that bent low just for you. To qualify, you had to be righteous and properly provisioned. Can't stroll into heaven without snacks. And yet, not all tombs were treated equally. Some were robbed in antiquity, their offerings stolen, their food desecrated. It wasn't just about wealth. It was an insult. Stealing someone's eternal dinner was worse than theft. It was spiritual sabotage. That's why many tombs included protective spells, curses even, promising that anyone who touched the offerings would be devoured by crocodiles or have their hearts eaten by demons. You glance at the faded hieroglyphs behind your head and smirk. Yep, there it is. May his tongue rot if he speaks my name in vain. Classic. Because you're not just lying here like a helpless mummy. You're a well-fed, heavily guarded, semi-divine being, wrapped in dignity and seasoned duck fat. And all this food, it's your treasure, your real gold. So, while the living squabble over gems and gilded statues, your spirit stretches out, full and content, surrounded by the thing that truly matters, the eternal pantry. Section 5. Your ka stirs gently, drowsy and satisfied, but something wafts through the air that rouses a different kind of hunger, not for gold or glory. No, your spirit craves flavor, rich, meaty aromas, and a spread so divine it could make the gods salivate. And lucky you, because tonight you're feasting like a pharaoh. Across from your resting place, the tomb walls come to life in the flickering torchlight. Painted scenes stretch across limestone panels, vibrant despite the centuries. Rows of servants balancing platters, pouring wine, carving steaming birds, and laying out round loaves as soft as clouds. Or, well, ancient sandstone clouds. This isn't decoration. It's a menu. You rise, not physically, but in that dreamy half-existence of the Egyptian soul, and drift closer. You're not just a mummy anymore. You're royalty. A god in silk, a connoisseur in the underworld's finest restaurant. And the table is already set. Grilled duck with coriander glaze. Spiced lentil stew, still shimmering with oil. Barley bread, drizzled with date syrup. Pomegranates split open like red jewels, spilling their seeds like rubies. This is not metaphor. The Egyptians didn't believe in vague promises. They believed in dinner. You sit, gracefully, of course, because, dead or not, you're high status now, and you're served by painted attendants who move with a kind of frozen elegance, eternal waitstaff caught in brushstrokes. One holds out a dish piled high with roasted quail. Another offers wine in a golden chalice, its rim stained by the ghost of past sips. Historians still argue whether these meals were imagined, ritualized, or meant to spiritually materialize through prayer. Some believe the depictions were magic spells in disguise, visual incantations meant to summon the taste of life. Others think they were pure devotion, an attempt to honor the dead with reminders of joy, flavor, and celebration. But one thing's clear: pharaohs dined well, like suspiciously well. Ramses II reportedly had over 100 children and lived to be 90, an age almost unheard of in ancient Egypt. You don't do that on bad nutrition. His tomb, and those of his elite court, contained everything from gazelle meat to fancy wine, and even imported goods from Lebanon and Nubia. Want cedar-roasted lamb or fermented fig pudding? All possible. Just hope your servants packed it. And if they didn't, well, that's what offering spells were for. Priests and family members were expected to perform rituals to replenish your feast. These weren't casual get-togethers. They were full-blown ceremonies, complete with incense, chants, and sometimes even actors impersonating gods to bless the meal. It was dinner theater, minus the dinner for the living. The food wasn't just for sustenance. It was a kind of divine resume. You look down at your place setting. Every item whispers status. That honey-drenched almond cake, only found in noble tombs. That wine, vintage of year 15 of Seti I's reign. That spice blend, possibly containing imported cinnamon, so precious it was sometimes more expensive than gold. Cinnamon for your afterlife. French toast. You lean back, figuratively, of course, and take it in. The feast is as much about atmosphere as it is about flavor. Music is carved into the walls, harps, flutes, and rattles. Instruments you can almost hear. Perfume cones melt atop painted wigs. Flowers fall gently in eternal midair. And seated beside you are others, queens, scribes, dancers. Not ghosts, not ghouls, but well-dressed spirits raising their glasses, their eyes half-lidded in divine amusement. You're not just fed, you're remembered. You are surrounded by the best dinner party you've ever attended, because it never ends. But even at a royal banquet, there are rules. You can't just reach for the goose leg like a barbarian. You're still being judged. The gods are watching. One plate bears a simple inscription: offered in purity. That means it was ritually cleansed, likely sprinkled with natron, yes, the same stuff used for mummification, and placed with a prayer. Another reads, given by the king, implying royal approval, which makes that bowl of garlic dip way more political than it looks. The presentation matters. Food was ranked, categorized, and often listed on tomb inventories with obsessive precision. One scroll found in a noblewoman's tomb details 5 loaves of white bread, 3 of black, 2 jars of new beer, 1 of aged roasted goose, salted duck, figs, pomegranates, green onions. It reads like a restaurant stock sheet, or a really intense grocery run. Even the afterlife had food bureaucracy. But among all this heavenly indulgence, you spot something humbling. A simple plate of lentils, steam barely visible in the torchlight. No garnish, no gold, just a meal like any other. Because even the rich, even the pharaohs, were once human. And what we crave in the end is not excess, but comfort. That's the secret of the ancient feast. It wasn't just about flexing power. It was about remembering life. Birthdays, weddings, long summer evenings by the Nile. Every bite was a story. And you, still seated in your golden tomb, have all the time in the world to remember them. You raise your cup to no one and everyone, to the bakers who kneaded your bread, to the farmers who grew your barley, to the servants who packed your wine with shaking hands, knowing it had to last forever, and to yourself, once flesh and breath, now spirit and memory, who eats not out of hunger, but out of love. Because in the end, pharaoh or peasant, the greatest luxury was to be fed and remembered. Section 6. You're still basking in the afterglow of that divine meal, spiritually bloated, pleasantly timeless, when your gaze drifts to something strange tucked in the shadowy edge of your tomb. 4 tall jars, arranged neatly in a square, each one crowned with a lid shaped like an animal's head. Jackal, falcon, baboon, and human. You might recognize them. Or maybe you don't want to. Yep, canopic jars. But wait, before you start gagging quietly into your afterlife napkin, let's clear something up. These jars aren't just gory leftovers. They're deeply sacred, often misrepresented, and sometimes oddly appetizing. All right, maybe not appetizing, but stick with me. You float closer, eyes narrowing at the careful craftsmanship. The baboon head, representing Hapi, guardian of the lungs, looks almost cheerful, if slightly smug. The jackal, that's Duamutef, guardian of the stomach, has a permanent frown, like he's been dealing with bad food choices for centuries. And inside these jars, organs. Not in some gruesome Halloween way. This was a reverent, intentional act. When you died, embalmers carefully removed your liver, lungs, stomach, and intestines. Not for kicks, but to keep them preserved alongside you. The heart? Sometimes left in, sometimes removed. Depends on the era and who was doing the cutting. Historians still argue whether the canopic jars were meant to store the real, literal organs for reunion in the afterlife, or whether they were more symbolic, like internal passports for your spiritual journey. Either way, it's clear the Egyptians thought your insides deserved just as much respect as your face. And here's the weirdest part. Some canopic jars were packed with food. Yep, actual food. In a few elite tombs, the jars didn't contain guts at all, but roasted duck, dried dates, and even what appeared to be tiny meatballs, possibly meant for the gods rather than the dead. Scholars still debate whether these were backups, offerings, or just extremely mislabeled leftovers. Imagine opening a jar, expecting intestines, and finding a fig stuffed with almonds. Surprise? Your Ka chuckles. It's the kind of surreal detail that only gets funnier after 3,000 years. And that's the thing. These jars weren't morbid. They were protective. Each organ had a guardian deity and a matching goddess, forming a sort of divine babysitting team for your bodily bits. Because the afterlife was full of trials, lakes of fire, crocodile demons, and inconvenient moral quizzes. You needed every part of you, metaphorically and magically, functioning at full capacity. One theory says the jars were placed near the body in a square to represent the cardinal directions, forming a sort of spiritual compass. Another suggests they acted like votive offerings, nourishing the gods who would, in return, keep your internal plumbing safe from harm. And they weren't slapped together either. Some were carved from alabaster, others from painted wood. The wealthiest tombs had gold leaf jars, their lids sculpted with astonishing realism. Duamutef's jackal head often bore a slight grimace, as if even he wasn't thrilled about guarding someone's stomach for eternity. But in your tomb, they look clean, pristine, untouched by time. You imagine their contents, carefully wrapped in resin-soaked linen, sealed to keep out decay and sand. Then there's the ritual. Every jar was blessed during the embalming process. Priests would recite spells over them, anointing each with oils and perfume. The ritual wasn't for the living. It was to make sure your ka knew where everything had gone. There were even opening of the mouth ceremonies for the jars themselves, allowing them to breathe in divine energy. Because apparently, even internal organs deserve spiritual ventilation. Of course, not everyone got the full canopic treatment. As the centuries rolled on, later dynasties sometimes skipped the messy parts. In some burials, the organs were embalmed and stuffed back into the body. In others, dummy jars were used, symbolic containers with no contents, still respectful, but with significantly less leakage. And that brings us to another theory: food. Some scholars believe that these organ jars gradually became food jars, both metaphorically and literally. If the spirit needed its lungs, surely it needed fuel. And if you were already tucking items into sealed vessels, why not throw in a side of honey-roasted locusts? One nobleman's tomb even contained 5 jars shaped like gods, each labeled not with organs, but with beer, onions, garlic, bread, and fowl. A literal recipe in divine disguise. So maybe, just maybe, the original purpose of canopic jars evolved, from medical storage to culinary sacredware. The line between entrails and entrees blurred in the warm haze of ancient belief. You reach toward the human-headed jar, Imsiti, guardian of the liver, and feel the faintest pulse of something ancient, warm, and oddly savory. You wonder what your descendants would think. Would they imagine you surrounded by guts and gore? Or would they see the truth? Someone lovingly packed with the ingredients for an eternal feast, prepared not just to survive the afterlife, but to enjoy it? You sit back on your imagined throne, the jars arranged beside you like strange, loyal pets. They're not grim. They're not gross. They're lunchboxes. Just divine ones. So you give them a nod, a thanks, a spiritual thumbs up for holding down the fort, and your stomach, for all these centuries. Because in the great Egyptian balance of life and death, nothing was more sacred than being well-fed, even if it meant keeping your liver in a jar shaped like your cousin's baboon. Section 7. The flickering torchlight dances off the smooth curves of the canopic jars, casting long, twitchy shadows that almost feel alive. You turn your attention away from the internal organs lounge and notice something else, tucked in a recessed shelf carved into the wall. Small bundles tied with palm fiber string resting atop polished stone trays. They're so neatly wrapped, they almost look like presents. And in a way, they are. These are your celestial lunchboxes. Each one is packed not for convenience, but for survival. Eternal survival. They contain carefully chosen, ritually prepared meals for your journey beyond the tomb. Think road trip snacks, but instead of hitting a gas station halfway to Memphis, you're crossing into the field of reeds with nothing but magic spells and honey cakes. And let's be clear, this wasn't a casual packing job. The process of preparing food for the afterlife was its own sacred ceremony. Just like the mummification of your body, your snacks were embalmed too, dried, salted, wrapped, and sometimes even anointed with oils. Each step involved ritual prayers and careful handling, as if every lentil was a holy relic, because it kind of was. Historians still argue whether this ritual preparation had legal requirements. Were certain priests licensed funeral chefs? Were some dishes only permitted to be cooked on specific lunar phases? There's evidence that food preparation for tombs followed strict rules, possibly even inscribed on temple scrolls, now lost to time. You peer into one of the bundles in your mind's eye. Inside, 3 small, round loaves of emmer bread, each stamped with a different hieroglyph, possibly the baker's mark, or a spell baked directly into the crust. They smell faintly sweet, like fermented grain and honey, even after all these centuries. Another bundle contains dried fruits, figs, dates, and what might be Egyptian jujube, a little wrinkled fruit that tastes somewhere between an apple and a raisin. It's chewy, nutritious, blessed by a priest. What more could you want? Oh, and then there's the meat parcel. This one's special. You unwrap the linen carefully. Your ka knows not to be too hasty. And inside is a perfectly dried duck breast, coated with spices, maybe coriander or sumac. It's tied with a decorative ribbon made of dyed papyrus fibers. This isn't just for eating. It's a statement. I had status. I had taste. I didn't skimp on seasoning. And really, that's the core of all this. The Egyptians didn't just believe the soul needed food. They believed it remembered food. It recalled flavors, textures, even rituals. Eating was more than consumption. It was connection to the living, to the gods, to memory itself. That's why the lunchboxes weren't random. They were curated, personalized. Imagine your loved ones, days before sealing the tomb, assembling your eternal meal plan. They'd consider what you loved in life. Your favorite stew, your go-to beer, maybe your quirky fondness for pickled onions. And they'd include it, not out of superstition, but out of love. You see it now in the offerings laid around you. They didn't just throw in whatever was cheap or available. They picked and packed with purpose. Some tombs even had tablets listing the exact contents and their spiritual equivalents. Basically, the ancient Egyptian version of a nutrition label. 3 loaves of white bread. May they nourish the ka. 1 bowl of lentils. May it give strength to the spirit. Duck thigh in coriander. May it bring joy and flavor. Flavor in the afterlife. How wonderfully human. Some of the more elite tombs took it even further. In one burial chamber of a royal scribe, a wooden lunchbox was found painted with scenes of kitchen life. Women grinding grain, men stirring stew pots, children fetching herbs. Each scene was likely enchanted with spells, meant to activate those actions in the next world. You weren't just eating. You were recreating your favorite meals, endlessly, joyfully, forever. And then there were the containers, clay pots, reed baskets, linen wraps, even miniature wooden chests, all used to package your provisions. In one noblewoman's tomb, archaeologists found food wrapped in lotus petals, not just for beauty, but for scent, which the Egyptians believed could transcend the physical. Smell was divine, a bridge to the gods. That's why your lunch didn't just look sacred. It had to smell like the heavens. You pause at that thought, because smell, more than sight or taste, is what lingers in memory. That warm scent of baking bread, the sharp perfume of crushed herbs, the musky sweetness of date syrup on a hot clay plate. These aren't just echoes. They're comforts, anchors for a soul in transition. It's why Egyptians believed that even fake food, wooden loaves or painted meats, could be smelled by the Ka and thus serve its purpose. The spiritual nose, it seems, was powerful and practical, because not every family could afford roast duck and cinnamon-soaked grapes. Some packed symbolic versions, small wooden models or painted panels, alongside real food, hedging their bets between magic and budget. A little bit of duck, a little bit of drawing. Boom. Spiritually balanced meal. You reach for a final bundle, a small rectangular parcel with a smooth, heavy feel. Inside, dried fish wrapped around a bit of pickled garlic and, what's this? A hint of crushed carob pod. Sweet, sour, savory. Definitely a bold, obuled flavor choice. Maybe a favorite of yours, once. Or maybe just something the kitchen priest was trying out. But either way, it was placed here with care. Because even in death, you were expected to journey. Through judgment, through gates, through fields and rivers and tests. And no one goes on a journey without snacks. That's what these bundles are. Not just lunchboxes, not just ancient equivalents of meal prep. They're tokens of safety, packages of memory, rations of love. You gather them around you in your mind's embrace, a picnic basket for the end of time. And as the walls flicker again, glowing warm with imagined firelight, you smile. Whoever packed your bags for the afterlife knew what they were doing. Section 8. Time has melted here in your tomb. Minutes feel like centuries. Centuries like whispers. The scent of spices and baked grain still clings to the air, soft and warm as linen. You feel a curious sensation, like the thrum of footsteps. Not yours, someone else's. You're not alone. The wall to your right hums with images, painted scenes of people gathered around long, low tables, the colors still sharp despite the centuries. One man is laughing, his head thrown back. A woman pours wine from a painted jar. Children dance with lotus blossoms in their hair. They're eating, drinking, celebrating. And yet, no one in this scene is alive. This is a grave feast, a tomb picnic, a ritual that blurred the line between mourning and partying. And it wasn't rare. For the ancient Egyptians, visiting the dead was not a hushed, teary affair. It was a celebration, an invitation. Bring food, bring beer, bring music. Sit with the deceased, and maybe, just maybe, they'd sit with you too. You picture it now. The tomb's entrance opened just enough to let the midday sun spill in. Family members crouching in the sandy courtyard. Someone's brought bread. Someone else unwraps dried fish. There's wine, young and tart. A priest lights incense, while children sneak honey cakes behind a carved pillar. It's not quiet grief. It's memory in motion. And the centerpiece of this odd little family reunion? You. Wrapped. Regal. Watching. Your tomb isn't a fortress. It's a dining hall. Your soul, your ka, is believed to linger here, able to interact with the living. But only if they bring the right things. So they do. Food, drink, perfume, prayers, stories, and offerings. Always offerings. Historians still argue how literal this interaction was believed to be. Did Egyptians think you'd physically rise and nibble the bread? Or was it a symbolic sharing, an emotional exchange? Some texts suggest that spirits could take form temporarily during these gatherings, just long enough to taste, to speak, to smile. There are even records of people sleeping inside tomb courtyards to receive a message from the dead. Imagine camping out on your grandma's grave and waking up to a dream where she critiques your stew. Totally normal, totally sacred. And this wasn't reserved for nobles. Tomb feasts happened across class levels. Anyone with a grave and a few offerings could host. For elite families, there were set feast days. The Wag Festival, the Beautiful Feast of the Valley, the Festival of Koyak. But others came when they could, often marking birthdays, anniversaries, or even harvest days. Some families even carved small benches into the tomb's outer walls so guests could sit comfortably while they dined. Interior design for ghost hosting. You hover now near your offering table, polished limestone, maybe, or wood inlaid with ivory. And imagine guests filing in. A favorite niece, an old friend, a son with his new wife, her eyes wide at the intimacy of the setting. They lay out food, your favorite dishes. The scent rises. So does your ka. But this isn't just about nostalgia. The Egyptians believed these meals fed you. Not metaphorically. Actually, the energy of the food, its smell, its ritual purity, its freshness, could be absorbed by your spirit. But there was a catch. Once consumed spiritually, the food was drained physically. It explains a lot of archaeological puzzles. Loaves left in tombs that had no rot, but were brittle and scentless. Dried meats with no visible decay, yet utterly inert. To the Egyptians, this wasn't spoilage. It was evidence you'd eaten. Ghosts, it turns out, hate leftovers, and the living were expected to bring fresh food every time. No reusing last week's barley cakes, no reheating the onion stew. That would be deeply disrespectful, like inviting someone to dinner and giving them a chewed sandwich. You begin to understand the emotional weight of these feasts. They weren't about duty. They were about care. The living came not just to mourn you, but to nurture you. It was a relationship, reciprocal tender. Sometimes the food came with letters, slips of papyrus or ostraca, pottery shards, scribbled with messages. Please watch over my crops. Bless my wife's pregnancy. Intercede with the gods. It was like writing to a celestial elder who happened to share your bloodline. One tomb in Deir el Medina even had graffiti that read, I brought you figs and fish. May your Ka be satisfied and grant me favor. A dinner offering with a prayer for job security. Ancient networking at its finest. And this connection wasn't limited to feast days. Some tombs had false doors, elaborate stone panels carved with an image of a doorway. It didn't open, of course, but it was believed that the Ka could pass through it during offerings. Food was placed before the door, prayers whispered, then, poof, the spirit crossed over to enjoy the gift. You look now at your own false door. The carvings are crisp, your seated figure, hand outstretched to receive an offering. Beneath it, the eternal menu. Bread, beer, beef, fowl, and all good things. A phrase so common, it was practically divine shorthand for give me the works. You can still smell the old meals, the sweet rot of fruit, the warm shadow of beer, the tang of pickled garlic. They're not physically there, but the memory is, layered in the tomb's silence. And for a moment, you sense your family again. Some long dead, some never born. All gathered, all offering, all dining in the soft golden light of your memory. Because in ancient Egypt, death didn't end relationships. It just changed the seating chart. And you're always at the head of the table. Section 9. The tomb is quiet now, but not empty. The lingering warmth of family meals, the scent trails of barley and duck fat, the echoes of laughter in the courtyard. They remain, woven into the walls like smoke into cloth. Your Ka leans back in its sacred seat, belly full, spirit content. But contentment in the afterlife isn't a one-time thing. You're not just on vacation. You're on assignment. The journey to the field of reeds isn't over. You're going to need more than a few loaves and a polite round of wine to make it through. So who's handling that? Who's keeping track of your afterlife pantry? Enter the scribes. In life, these men were Egypt's human calculators, accountants, and spell checkers. In death, they became your eternal event planners. And they took their job seriously. You glance over to the painted wall on your left. There, in exquisite detail, a scribe is shown, kneeling with a papyrus scroll stretched between his hands, a reed brush poised mid-scribble. Behind him are lists, literal grocery lists for the afterlife. And this is no casual note to self. This is a document of devotion. 2 jars of fresh beer per day, 6 loaves of white emmer bread, stamped and leavened, 3 cuts of roast duck, 1 basket of sycamore figs, unblemished, spiced lentils, measured. The ink is still visible. These were orders for priests, family members, and temple staff. Clear instructions on what to offer and how often. Forget to deliver the figs? Your Kea might get cranky. Forget the beer? Well, now you're just asking for hauntings. These afterlife supply scrolls weren't optional. They were contracts. Some were carved in stone. Others were tucked into tomb walls or etched on coffins. The wealthier the deceased, the the more detailed the order. You see it now, your eternal logistics team, bustling in their robes, ticking off checklists, refilling jars, adjusting inventory, like spiritual quartermasters. And here's a wild detail. Some tombs had offering schedules. That's right, meal plans. What to bring on which day, for which festival, and in what quantities. Imagine receiving offerings on Tuesdays and Thursdays, with bonus figs on the last moon of every season. You weren't just remembered, you were catered. Historians still debate how many of these instructions were ever actually followed. Did grieving families keep up the ritual? Did temples honor long-dead nobles centuries after burial? Some evidence says yes. Temple records show ongoing provisions made to certain tombs generations later. Others suggest that it was more about the promise than the execution. The document itself was magical insurance. If no one delivered your roasted duck, the spell would summon one instead. Divine delivery, with incantation tracking. And sometimes, the scribes got creative. One scroll from the 19th dynasty includes a contingency clause, basically, a mystical backup plan. If offerings ceased due to drought or mismanagement, the deceased's Ka could accept symbolic meals activated by prayer. It's like the spiritual version of eating dry cereal when you're out of milk. But even symbolic food needed documentation. Scribes were known to copy out lists dozens of times, each version infused with slightly different blessings. In some tombs, entire walls are covered in these inventories, not just for show, but to overwhelm the afterlife with abundance. And sometimes, they weren't just listing food, they were listing staff. Yes, staff. Names of bakers, brewers, butchers, and temple workers were recorded to show who was responsible for your afterlife upkeep. If I don't get my lentil stew, your Ka might say, it's Hui's fault. It's right there in the contract. You spot one now. Bakery overseer, Nebemhet. Duties: provide 6 braided loaves weekly to the tomb of Neferku. Substitutions not permitted. You can almost see Nebemhet sighing as he wakes each week, trudging to the temple ovens, muttering under his breath about divine carb quotas. But it wasn't just about logistics. These records were also emotional. Think of a child writing a grocery list for a parent they'll never see again. Think of the care behind every item. She loved dried figs, not dates, or no onion stew after festival days. Food as memory, memory as devotion. Some tombs even included wish lists, foods the deceased hoped would arrive one day. One noblewoman requested dates soaked in honey and crushed sesame, shaped like moons. It may not have ever been made, but the idea of it was there. The desire mattered. And here's the beautiful twist. Sometimes the living wrote back. In later tomb visits, family members added notes next to these food lists. Brought as requested. Could not find fresh beer, offered incense instead. Your grandson now eats lentils like you did. These weren't formal inscriptions. They were human doodles, emotional footnotes, a love letter in barley ink. You lean back, gazing across your tomb's richly carved walls, your mind's eye sweeping over the shelves of preserved meals and scrolls. You're not just resting here, you're being managed. Your eternity is organized, quantified, and, let's be honest, beautifully micromanaged. Because the Egyptians didn't leave the afterlife to chance. They sent you off with a whole team of accountants, chefs, and logistics specialists, all working hard to keep your soul comfortably fed. And you? You don't have to lift a finger. Just float and snack, and occasionally haunt someone who brings the wrong bread. You earned it. Section 10. The air in your tomb grows still, but not stagnant. It's full, thick with invisible offerings and quiet devotion. Somewhere above the sealed chamber, the Nile flows on, its muddy currents carrying life to Egypt just as surely as these offerings carry eternity to you. And now you feel something pulling you forward, not back into life, but into the afterlife proper. You've had your welcome feast, your ceremonial snacks, your lovingly packed eternal lunch boxes. But what about beyond? What happens after the tomb? You rise, not bodily, of course, your mortal form still perfectly wrapped and perfumed, but spiritually. Your ka begins to drift beyond the limestone walls, drawn through a long tunnel carved with stars. You pass by the final offering slab, a bowl of still-scented myrrh catching the last flicker of dream light. Then, a sudden brightness. Fields. Not just fields. The fields of reeds. The promised land of Egyptian paradise. A mirror of earth, only better. No droughts. No taxes. No awkward small talk at temple festivals. Just endless green. Golden sunlight. Blue sky without sandstorms. And most importantly, food. So much food. This is where the ancient soul aimed to arrive. The Seket Aru, the field of offerings. A lush, divine farmstead where you could eat, drink, farm, and harvest in peace. Sounds like retirement with benefits, but eternal. You look around. Wheat, as tall as your shoulders, waves in rows too perfect to be natural. Fruit trees bloom and ripen simultaneously. Vines heavy with grapes seem to bow toward you like obedient pets. And the best part? You don't have to lift a finger, unless you want to. In this vision of paradise, the soul could choose to farm or be served. The best of both worlds. Fulfillment without obligation. Historians still argue whether the fields of reeds were meant to be a reward or just a perfected continuation of life. Was it a peaceful eternity of quiet agriculture, or a symbolic rendering of balance and abundance where everything was in harmony? The art doesn't always agree. Some show souls harvesting happily, others lounging with food appearing as needed. One thing's certain, there's no hunger here, not unless you want it, just for the joy of satisfying it. You spot a field hand, yourself perhaps, or a divine helper, gathering bundles of golden emmer wheat. Nearby, a miniature brewery hums with warm energy. Bubbling beer vats, glowing jars of fermented dates, servants laughing gently, all conjured from memory, magic, or mercy. And here's the delightful catch. Everything you loved on earth is here, including the animals. That goose you once roasted for festival feasts? Here again, waddling around your eternal farmhouse, completely unharmed, and somehow still delicious in spirit form. The same goes for the fish, the cattle, even the fragrant herbs you grew in your childhood courtyard. Every sensory delight restored. Even perfumes. You kneel beside a small irrigation canal, its water sparkling unnaturally clean. On the other bank, Rows of papyrus and lettuce grow fat and wild, untouched by pests. And tucked beneath the shade of a fig tree is a tiny shrine, your shrine, carved into stone, stocked with miniature bread and beer, placed by your descendants in the living world. That's how you stay here. The living still tend to you, remember you, feed you. Not just in the tomb, but out here in paradise. Their offerings find you, even across the veil. When someone leaves bread at your tomb, a loaf appears fresh on your eternal table. When someone speaks your name with love, flowers bloom at your feet. You begin to see the system. The tomb was the launch pad. But the afterlife? It's a network, a divine supply chain powered by memory, magic, and meticulous priestly scheduling. And even here, in this perfect place, food matters. Because eating isn't just about survival. It's about identity, choice, joy. You walk now along a path paved with soft reeds, leading to a dining pavilion draped in linen, shaded by palm fronds. A table waits, heavy with roasted meat, honeyed cakes, citrus fruits, and wines so clear they shine like melted stars. You don't ask where it came from. You know. It was conjured by your deeds, maintained by your family, and blessed by the gods. Every bite here is a memory, a prayer, a reward. And best of all, nothing ever runs out. No stale loaves, no watered-down beer, no awkward wait for the stew to finish cooking. This is the pantry of dreams. You take a seat, legs folding easily beneath you. A harpist begins to play nearby, soft, airy music. It smells like mint and cinnamon. A woman with coal-lined eyes hands you a platter of pomegranate slices drizzled with wild honey. You smile. You didn't even ask for it. But she knew. The afterlife knew. And so did everyone who helped build this world for you, piece by blessed piece. And as you take a bite, the sweetness exploding on your tongue like sunlight condensed into juice, you realize they didn't just feed you to survive death. They fed you so that you could live forever, not as a mummy in a stone box, but as a full, joyful, eternal version of yourself. And somewhere far behind you, in the dusty tomb you left behind, your lunchboxes remain, empty, sacred, and satisfied. Section 11. The wind in the field of reeds rustles like silk, soft, constant, humming with divine energy. You lounge beneath a fig tree, your ka fully at ease, absently nibbling on a piece of honey cake that tastes like memory, eternal memory. But even now, after the comfort of your tomb and the glory of this paradise, something stirs in you. Not hunger, curiosity. You wonder, how did we even learn all of this? How do we know about the bread, the beer, the dried goose, and the fig-stuffed pomegranates of the afterlife? And the answer, surprisingly, is smaller than you'd expect. Crumbs, seeds, a charred lentil embedded in ancient ash, a piece of dried onion that refused to decompose, tiny, stubborn, and miraculous. Food remnants that survived thousands of years, telling the story of a vanished world. You drift back, through the haze of paradise, through the winding spirit path, all the way to the excavation sites of the living, places where archaeologists dust-covered and squinting in the desert light, peer into tombs and ovens and communal kitchens, hoping for a glimpse of a culture that cooked for eternity. And what do they find? Burnt bread crusts lodged in ancient clay ovens, grains of emmer and barley sealed in storage pots, fish bones curled like question marks in ceramic bowls, and sometimes, just sometimes, actual mummified food. In one tomb near Saqqara, researchers discovered loaves of bread still intact after more than 4,000 years. Some were nestled in woven baskets, others stored in tiny niches carved into the tomb walls. When they cracked one open, gently, like unwrapping a relic made of cloud and dust, they found layers of soot and seeds, emmer, flax, and sesame. The bread hadn't just survived. It had whispered. Through these ancient morsels, we began to understand their world. Not just what they ate, but how they lived. And sometimes, why? You pause beside an imaginary excavation pit and imagine a real-life archaeologist crouched over a faded table, carefully sifting through ancient crumbs. With tweezers, they pluck out what appears to be a peppercorn, an imported spice, far rarer than gold in the Old Kingdom. They raise an eyebrow. This little sphere traveled hundreds of miles by camel and boat to reach one noble's kitchen. And now, centuries later, it reveals trade routes, taste preferences, and cultural connections, long thought lost. Historians still debate whether these exotic ingredients were common in funerary meals, or reserved only for the truly elite. Some tombs yield nothing but humble barley loaves. Others? A symphony of dried fruits, smoked meats, imported oils, and spice fragments from Syria or Nubia. That's where the detective work begins. Take the tomb of Ka and his wife, Merit, two non-royal elites whose resting place remained miraculously undisturbed. When it was opened, archaeologists found a complete funerary meal sealed inside. Not painted, not symbolic, real. There were whole ducks, bundles of grapes, dried dates, jars of beer and wine, and even bowls of preserved stews. It was as if Ka and Merit had just stepped out to stretch their legs and would be back any moment to finish dinner. And then there's the smaller, stranger stuff. In the Valley of the Kings, one team uncovered several sealed pots labeled as food offerings. When opened, they found hardened pastes. Most were brown or black, some sweet-smelling, others sour, even pungent. Chemical analysis showed combinations of honey, animal fat, barley, lentils, and, oddly, cooked garlic and fig mash. One pot contained something entirely unique, what seemed to be early cheese. Yes, cheese, a sour, crumbly lump of fermented milk solids packed inside linen and then wax sealed. Researchers still argue whether it was intentional food or just a bizarre accident of storage. But its presence cracked open a new theory. Were dairy products part of the afterlife menu? You imagine the ancient dairy priest standing proudly beside a temple cow, offering his finest goat curds to the gods. He probably thought he was part of something sacred. And guess what? He was. Even the tiniest traces, beetle legs, charred fruit pits, seed husks, reveal not just what they ate, but how they cooked. Microscopic soot samples in tomb ovens show different burn patterns. Some suggest fast roasting, others slow smoking. The presence of fig ash in certain temple kitchens implies dried fruit roasting ceremonies, possibly linked to solar worship. Bread molds, found in domestic dwellings and royal tombs alike, show a stunning variety of shapes: crescents, discs, braids, and even animal forms. And all of this speaks to more than nutrition. It speaks to love, ritual, celebration. They didn't just pack food because they feared starvation. They packed it because they remembered it. Its smell, its taste, its place in the family story. Even a single clove of garlic could speak of mother's cooking, of festivals under lanterns, of warmth and fullness. One archaeologist described finding a half-burnt onion bulb buried beside a child mummy. It wasn't fancy. It wasn't preserved in resin or gold. It was just there, next to the child's head, cradled in a scrap of linen. And maybe that's what tells us the most. Because whether it's a sour lump of ancient cheese or a carbonized barley loaf, these food remains whisper the same message. We cared. We cared enough to bake this loaf, seal it tight, tuck it gently into the tomb. We cared enough to hope that somewhere beyond the veil, the soul would taste it, remember it, and feel whole again. You look at your own ancient lunch, imagined or otherwise, and you feel the warmth of that gesture. Not just flavor, not just preservation, but presence. Section 12. You drift, light as mist, through the fertile fields of the afterlife. Everything here is soft, generous, eternal. But you sense a weight now, not in your stomach. You're eternally satisfied, thank you very much, but in the air. A kind of pressure, a presence. You know that feeling when someone important walks into the room? Even if you don't see them, the mood shifts. It straightens spines, silences chatter. Well, that presence is here, and he's green-skinned, cloaked in tight wrappings, crowned with feathers, and flanked by crooks and flails. His name is whispered more than spoken. Osiris, the god of the afterlife, the one you're hoping approves your entrance into these blissful fields, the ruler of the dead, the keeper of judgment, the reason your snacks even matter in the first place. But here's the funny part. Osiris had a complicated relationship with food, specifically meat. You glance down at your own spiritual lunch spread and notice it's been curated. Yes, the bread's still here. So are the fruits, the beer, the herbs. But the roasted goose, the spicy lamb skewer, they seem to shimmer slightly, uncertain. Because if there's one thing that could cause tension in your divine dinner plans, it's offering the wrong thing to the god of the dead, who also, strangely enough, was considered one of the earliest symbols of vegetation and fertility. Yep, Osiris wasn't always the spooky mummy-in-chief. He was once a god of crops, grain in particular. Think of him as the divine embodiment of the harvest. The myth says his body was scattered across Egypt, and where the pieces fell, the earth grew fertile. Plants sprang from his flesh. So yeah, eating a leg of roast beef in front of him? A little awkward. Historians still argue whether Osiris's association with grain meant that his followers adopted vegetarianism during rituals. Some evidence from temple inscriptions and food offerings suggests that during certain sacred ceremonies, Only plant-based foods were permitted. Ritual loaves, onions, lettuce, beer. Yes, lettuce. The ancient Egyptians believed lettuce had aphrodisiac qualities. No, really. And that it was sacred to Osiris. Some temple reliefs even show priests carrying tall stalks of lettuce with reverence. Try not to giggle. You don't want to offend the god who decides your eternal fate. And yet, meat still appears in tombs. It shows up on offering tables. It's listed in those eternal menus. So what gives? Well, it might depend on the context. In life, meat was a rare luxury, eaten during festivals or as temple offerings. It was a sign of power, wealth, and piety. Slaughtering a goose for a sacred feast wasn't just dinner. It was divine devotion, especially if you were offering it to a god like Ra, the sun deity, or to Hathor, goddess of joy and celebration. But when it came to Osiris, things got more symbolic. Some scholars believe that presenting meat at an Osirian feast wasn't for eating. It was for display, a show of abundance, a gesture, not a meal. The real food of Osiris was grain, bread, beer, lettuce, anything that could be planted, harvested, and renewed. The cycle of life and death in carbohydrate form. So here's the tension. You, lying in your tomb, packed with duck and ribs and honeyed goose thighs, and then standing before Osiris, surrounded by stalks of lettuce and beer jugs, wondering, did I pack the wrong snacks? But don't worry, the Egyptians thought of everything. In some tombs, the food offerings were divided. One portion meant for sustaining the Kea, the other meant as ritual gestures to various gods. Bread for Osiris, beer for Hathor, meat for Ra. A little something for everyone, like a divine potluck, and in some cases, even the meat had to be ritually transformed. Priests would anoint it, recite spells over it, purify it. That way, it wouldn't offend the vegetarian-leaning gods while still showing devotion. Imagine waving a chicken leg through incense smoke while chanting in Middle Egyptian, all to make it spiritually gluten-free. Even the placement of food on offering tables had meaning. The bread was often placed closest to Osiris's shrine. The meat, slightly further away. And always, always accompanied by lettuce. Because you don't show up to an Osirian feast without leafy greens. That's just bad manners. You walk now through an imagined temple courtyard. A feast day for Osiris is underway. Priests dressed in leopard skins raise platters of sculpted loaves, each shaped like cattle, birds, or ears of wheat. But they're not meat. They're symbolic breads, flavored, spiced, dyed, and kneaded to look like offerings without breaking the grain-based rules. It's theater, sacred culinary illusion. And you, standing there in your ceremonial best, know that the gods aren't fooled. But they are pleased, because it's not about the food. It's about the care, the attention, the intention. That's why the Egyptians believed even fake food could satisfy the spirit. Because it wasn't the taste, it was the memory, the magic, the message. And Osiris? He's not here to judge your grocery list. He's here to weigh your heart against a feather, to guide you through the darkness and back into the light. He understands. He was once human too, betrayed, disassembled, buried, regrown, He knows hunger, not just of the belly, but of the soul. So whether you come bearing goose fat or barley beer, what matters is this: you came bearing love, and maybe a side of lettuce, just in case. Section 13. Your Ka, ever curious, floats from Osiris's leafy buffet back toward your tomb, your eternal roots. You've dined with gods, walked through fields of divine grain, and sipped wine that sparkled like stardust. But there's something pulling you again, something much earthier. You re-enter your tomb through the veil of incense and memory, and you immediately wrinkle your spiritual nose. What is that smell? It's strong, pungent, like someone opened a basket of freshly cut onions and forgot to close the lid, which, as it turns out, might not be far from the truth, because your tomb, your sacred eternal suite, your mummified bachelor pad, smells like onions, and not just onions. Myrrh, cinnamon, resin, juniper berries, and underneath it all, the ever-present, almost funky bass note of natron, Egypt's favorite flavor of purification. This isn't just the lingering scent of funerary prep. This is the aroma of spiritual culinary crossover. Because in ancient Egypt, the lines between food, medicine, magic, and mummification were blurry. Sometimes alarmingly so. You glide toward a small bundle nestled in the corner of your tomb, wrapped tightly in linen and sealed with a blob of resin. You recognize the shape. It's not a loaf. It's not an offering. It's an onion. One single, perfectly preserved onion. This wasn't packed by accident. Onions were sacred, beloved, used in food, medicine, rituals, and even stuffed into body cavities during mummification. Historians still argue why onions were used in burials. Some believe they were intended to purify the body. Others think the Egyptians believed the onion's strong scent would awaken the senses of the dead. There's even a theory that the concentric layers symbolized eternity, a kind of vegetable-shaped metaphor for the afterlife itself. So yes, your tomb smells like onions. And maybe that's a good thing. But it doesn't stop there. You approach your own wrapped form, lying elegantly beneath layers of cloth and magic. The embalming materials used to preserve your body? All familiar ingredients. Cinnamon bark rubbed on the feet, myrrh stuffed into the chest cavity, cassia oil dripped along the skin, frankincense filling the nostrils. Even date syrup might have been used to seal wounds or coat wrappings. You're basically a marinated mummy. And here's where it gets weirder. Many of these ingredients were also used in cooking. That same myrrh that preserved your lungs might have once flavored roast duck. The cassia oil rubbed across your ribs? Also delicious in lentil stew. Frankincense, popular in incense and in baking. That means your tomb isn't just a burial site. It's a spice rack. And some embalmers probably pulled double duty as cooks, or at least borrowed liberally from the kitchen pantry when the sacred apothecary ran low. Imagine the chaos. You're embalming a nobleman, and someone yells from across the hall, "Where's the coriander?" And the cook shouts back, "In the bandages." One study of embalming tools found residue of herbs and spices mixed with natron and oils, suggesting that the ancient morticians weren't just preserving the body. They were flavoring it, not to eat, please, no, but to honor the dead with familiar, comforting scents. Because the afterlife wasn't supposed to smell like death. It was supposed to smell like home. The hearth, the feast, the quiet perfume of a well-spiced stew rising from a clay pot, the memory of mother's bread, warm with cumin and coriander. These aromas were meant to guide the soul, not just embalm the body. One priestly manual even instructed embalmers to anoint the body as if preparing a great meal. That line wasn't poetic. It was practical and oddly tender. You move to the offering table again, nose still tingling from the spicy haze, and see something new. A small, carved alabaster bottle. Inside, a fragrant oil. Not perfume, not incense. Garlic-infused sesame oil, used for flavoring food, but also for rubbing into the scalp of the deceased. Egyptians believed garlic strengthened the soul and possibly protected it from evil spirits, or just bad taste in the afterlife. You begin to understand that everything here, everything buried with you, rubbed on you, burned beside you, was part of a sensory bridge. The smell of the afterlife was as important as the taste. Because, let's be honest, if the first thing you smelled upon entering eternity was sour linen and swamp water, you might turn back. But if it smelled like warm bread and sweet wine, heaven. Even the gods had preferences. Hathor adored lotus scent. Bastet preferred incense mixed with dried herbs. Set was offered burning resin, sharp and peppery. To please them, your tomb had to smell divine, literally. And so the living obliged. They layered your wrappings with spice. They sealed your jars with honey and cedar. They packed your nostrils with sacred perfume. They painted your tomb walls with images of blooming gardens and fragrant feasts. And then they closed the tomb, sealed the door, and walked away, trusting that the aromas would linger long enough to guide your soul to peace. You breathe in again. It's overwhelming, but not unpleasant. It smells like ritual, like memory, like you. And yeah, it smells a lot like onions, but somehow that feels right. Section 14. You recline once again on your imaginary afterlife divan, head cushioned by a roll of linen-wrapped air, your spirit full. Not just from food, but from the knowledge of it. The smells of onion and myrrh still hang gently in the background, like the after scent of a well-loved kitchen. But now, you're craving something familiar, something less sacred, and more comfort foody. And sure enough, there it is. A fresh loaf of bread, still warm, perfectly round, speckled with grains, and beside it, a squat clay jug, sloshing with beer the color of amber tea. Ah, yes, bread and beer. Again, and again, and again, and again. Because if ancient Egypt had a national dish, it wasn't roast goose or caramel-drenched dates. It was this dynamic duo, bread and beer, over and over, for centuries, and not just for the living. The dead, they got it too. It's there in every tomb, painted on walls, packed into jars, listed in offering formulas like spiritual staples. Bread and beer, bread and beer. A chant a promise, a culinary mantra that echoed through the millennia. Why? Because for the ancient Egyptians, bread and beer weren't just food. They were life. You pick up the loaf. It's heavier than expected, dense, dark, coarse, made from emmer wheat, ground laboriously between flat stones. You can still feel the grit of sand and chaff under your fingertips. Every bite back in life probably came with a sprinkle of accidental minerals. Not ideal for your dental plan, but hey, nobody was giving up carbs. Bread came in hundreds of forms. Round loaves turned cone-shaped ones, braided ropes, even animal-shaped buns, lions, crocodiles, birds. Because if you're going to eat the same thing every day, it might as well look fun. And beer? It wasn't your modern foamy brew. It was thick, cloudy, more like a liquid porridge than a pale ale. Made from half-baked bread, soaked in water, and fermented with date sugars, it was calorie-rich, mildly alcoholic, and wildly beloved. One ancient laborer reportedly wrote home from a project site near Giza, "Send more beer. My strength fails." Historians still debate whether beer was drunk with every meal or just on certain occasions. Some claim it was safer than Nile water. Others point out that the alcohol content varied wildly depending on social class. Royal brews were richer, smoother, and probably more boozy. But one thing's certain: the Egyptians never tired of it. Even in tombs of nobles and kings, amidst gold, alabaster, and ritual texts, there they are, humble clay jars labeled beer. Some still sealed, some still fragrant, as if the dead might reach for them at any moment, thirsty from the long journey through the Duat. And it wasn't just sustenance. It was symbol. Bread represented sustenance from the land. Beer was the blessing of fermentation, the magic of patience and time. Together, they were a cosmic balancing act, grain and transformation, earth and mystery. You imagine a priest offering a plate before a statue of Osiris. He places 2 loaves, pours a stream of beer into a basin, and murmurs, "May your Ka be satisfied." And in some way, it is. That same formula was used for thousands of years, carved into stelae, painted on coffins, etched into tomb walls with the same phrase: 1,000 loaves of bread, 1,000 jugs of beer. Hyperbole? Sure. But also a promise, a hope, that no matter what, the dead would never go hungry or thirsty again. You take another imaginary bite, and the texture crumbles into your spirit like warm earth. It's not glamorous. It's not exotic. But it's home. That's the thing. Bread and beer weren't just religious food. They were everyone's food. From farmhands to pharaohs, everyone consumed them. The difference was in the detail. White bread versus dark, fine wheat versus coarse barley, honey-flavored beer versus plain grainy brew. But the basic formula stayed the same. And guess what? Sometimes the offerings were just too humble to last. In one tomb, archaeologists found a row of jars labeled for beer. But inside? Water. It appears that the family couldn't afford real beer, so they filled the jars with water and added a prayer. May it become beer in the afterlife. Magical, wishful drinking. But hey, that's kind of beautiful. They may not have had the means, but they had the intention. And to the Egyptians, intention held weight. The gods knew your limits. The spirit knew your heart. And a heartfelt jug of water could still become beer if offered with love. On the flip side, some tombs went all out. One elite burial site contained beer tablets, compressed bricks of malt and yeast, ready to be reactivated in the next world with a splash of water and a spell. Ancient instant beer. Just add eternity. You sip your imaginary cup. It's tangy, yeasty, thick, and yet refreshing. Somewhere between breakfast and a light buzz. And you understand something. They didn't just survive on bread and beer. They thrived on it. It was simple, yes, but sacred, affordable, yet powerful. So woven into their culture that it crossed the border of life and death without question. That's why the offering formula never says 1,000 pomegranates or 1,000 geese. It says bread and beer, because when all else fails, those two were enough. And so here you are, surrounded by gods and ghosts, still sipping your thick, divine porridge and gnawing on a loaf with edges sharp as sandstone. And you wouldn't trade it for anything, because eternity, it tastes like home. Section 15. The beer buzz wears off slowly, not because it's potent, but because here in eternity, everything lingers. The warmth in your belly, the scent of baked grain, the quiet hum of sacred silence that presses in all around your tomb. But beneath that silence, a whisper, not from spirits, not from the gods, from accountants. You feel it like a chill, not cold, but bureaucratic. The spiritual equivalent of someone clearing their throat before, as if you validated your offering at the door. Because, surprise, food in the afterlife wasn't free. Welcome to the world of sacred snack taxes. You slide your kea into a seat at your imaginary desk. Papyrus scrolls, ink pots, and tiny carved abacuses clutter the surface. Time to understand how divine bribery worked and why your eternal lunch may have come with an invoice. See, in ancient Egypt, the offerings you received after death, those glorious trays of honey-roasted goose, the pomegranate wine, the onion-stuffed figs, didn't always arrive through pure love. Sometimes they arrived through obligation. Enter the temple economy. Temples weren't just places of worship. They were economic engines. They owned land. They produced crops. They hired priests, scribes, brewers, bakers, and yes, funeral directors. And all of it operated on a sacred cycle of transaction. You give to the gods in life. They give you comfort in death. And in between, you keep paying. You look around your tomb at your beautifully arranged food bundles and jars of eternal barley stew. And you realize this was all budgeted. Historians have discovered detailed temple records, some even chiseled into stone, tracking who donated what, how often, and for whom. If you were a wealthy noble, you might endow a temple with land, cattle, or gold in exchange for eternal food offerings. You literally paid in advance for your afterlife meal plan. Some tombs have carved contracts on the wall. May the temple of Amun provide 3 loaves, 1 jar of beer, and 1 roast duck every festival of Osiris for the Ka of Intef. And if they didn't deliver, the Ka could curse them. Yes, lawsuits from beyond the grave. One document from the Middle Kingdom outlines a grievance from the family of a deceased man whose offerings weren't arriving on time. They complained to the temple that the Ka of Teti has grown thin, which is the ancient Egyptian equivalent of a Yelp review titled, "My Ghost is Starving." This wasn't just superstition, it was economy. Temples relied on endowments to fund offerings. Some priests were paid in bread and beer to perform regular rituals for the dead. They had ledgers, quotas, and supply chains. Your sacred snack was a line item on someone's daily checklist. And sometimes it got corrupted. There's evidence of temple officials skimming off the top, giving cheap beer instead of the good stuff, reusing old offerings. In one recorded case, a scribe was accused of swapping out roasted meat for painted wood replicas, a divine bait and switch. Imagine your Ka biting into what looks like a honey cake and realizing it's a decorated rock. Naturally, curses followed. You see, your ability to eat in the afterlife was tied not just to your family's love, but to your earthly credit score. Did you pay your temple taxes? Did you offer to the gods while alive? Did you bribe the right priests? Did you remember to smile humbly while doing so? The gods could be generous, but they expected reciprocity. Even the pharaohs, despite their divine status, didn't take chances. They built mortuary temples, entire complexes designed solely to sustain them in death, staffed with dozens, sometimes hundreds, of priests, cooks, bakers, scribes, all working around the clock to make sure Ramses or Seti or Hatshepsut got their 3 loaves and a jug of beer daily for eternity. Imagine hiring a spiritual catering team for the next 10,000 years. And it wasn't just for kings. If you were moderately wealthy, you might commission a stela, a stone slab placed in a public temple, requesting prayers from strangers in exchange for good karma. It might say, "You who walk past, pause and say a prayer. Say my name. Pour beer. I will bless you in return." That's right. Ancient spiritual crowdfunding. But let's say you weren't rich. You couldn't afford priests or eternal lunch subscriptions. Then what? You relied on subsistence magic. Carve offering scenes into your tomb. Write the food down. Depict it. Name it. Because the belief was, if it's written, it can exist. Words had power. Ink could summon. Hieroglyphs could feed. So you might find a poor man's tomb with nothing but chiseled bread and beer. But to him, that was enough. Because in the end, what mattered wasn't what you gave the gods. It was how you asked. Still, as your Ka relaxes with another jug of afterlife brew, it's comforting to know you did your part. You paid the tax. You fed the temple. You bribed the gatekeepers. You wrote your name in stone. You offered while alive. And now? Now the feast continues. Somewhere, a priest recites your formula. A loaf is placed. A jug is poured. A ghost sighs in gratitude. The great celestial audit is balanced for today, because even eternity needs a budget. Section 16. You shift slightly. Your Ka lounging among faded lotus petals and golden silences when a strange scent wafts in. Not bread. Not beer. Not even onions this time. No. This is different. A deep sweetness clings to the air. Sticky. Resinous. Almost festive. Something between overripe dates, and the bottom of a wizard's spice rack. You follow the aroma toward a low shelf carved into the tomb wall, where several bundles rest on slabs of polished limestone. You've seen loaves and meats and jars of wine before. But these look odd. One is shaped like a small bird, another like a star. A third, inexplicably, resembles a snake with cinnamon sprinkled down its spine. Welcome to the wonderfully weird world of magical food offerings. Tonight's special: crocodile dung and honey cakes. Yes, you read that correctly. Let's unpack it slowly, preferably not with your hands. The ancient Egyptians weren't just foodies. They were spiritual chefs. Their recipes weren't written in cookbooks. They were etched into spells, whispered over boiling pots, or handed down like family secrets, too powerful for papyrus. Some of these dishes were never meant to be eaten in the traditional sense. They were charms, talismans, potent bundles of symbolic intent wrapped in grain and oil and less savory ingredients. You glance at the snake-shaped loaf again, and a memory floats up from a tomb in Middle Egypt. Archaeologists there discovered an offering that included, yes, crocodile dung. Not on its own, but mixed into a cake, possibly along with date paste and crushed herbs. Why? Was it some extreme ancient dare? A prank played on the gods? Historians still argue about that. Some suggest the dung was medicinal, used in healing or fertility rites. Others think it was symbolic. The crocodile was sacred to Sobek, the fearsome Nile god. Offering a part of the beast, even something as unpleasant as its droppings, may have been a sign of devotion or power over nature. It's the ancient equivalent of saying, "Here, I conquered this scary creature, turned it into cake, and now I'm offering it to the divine." Bold move. Beside it is a very different dish: lotus honey cakes, shaped like petals, made from flour, milk, honey, and perfumed oils. These were more familiar to us, even palatable. Records suggest they were served during temple festivals, weddings, and of course, funerals. Rich, sweet, and delicately fragrant. They were thought to soothe the spirit, attract benevolent deities, and taste like pure joy. And yet, they weren't always for the living. Some were crafted to rot. Yes, rot. On purpose. These cakes, sometimes made with no preservative and buried in shallow niches, were meant to decompose slowly, releasing scent and magic into the tomb. Think of them as spiritual incense in edible form. Their decay mirrored the journey of the body, breaking down so the soul could rise. You feel a sudden respect for the funerary bakers of ancient Egypt. Imagine crafting a pastry designed not to be eaten, but to whisper into eternity. Even the ingredients were chosen with ritual care. Honey, for instance, wasn't just sweet. It was sacred. It was said to be the tears of Ra. Bees were considered messengers between worlds. Offering honey was like pouring sunlight onto your tongue and hoping the gods noticed. Then there were offerings laced with blue lotus, a mildly psychoactive plant often soaked in wine. Some rituals involved ingesting lotus-infused food to enter trances, commune with the dead, or have prophetic dreams. In your tomb, one jar is labeled with a now faded hieroglyph, meaning dream sweetly. Imagine arriving in the afterlife, already half asleep from magical muffins. Other fringe offerings included bread shaped like ankhs, cakes dyed green to honor Osiris, and mini figurines of animals, not statues, but baked goods, sculpted and flavored to resemble your spirit guides. And let's not forget the bread of awakening. This mysterious item appears in spells and funerary texts, often associated with resurrection. Was it real? Symbolic? Hallucinogenic? No one knows for sure, but some scholars believe these loaves may have included ingredients designed to stimulate dreams or even simulate visions, clues left in the faint residue of herbs and mold scraped from tomb ovens. You wander deeper into the tomb of taste and find a final bundle, wrapped not in linen, but in reeds soaked with wine. You unwrap it carefully. Inside is a round cake, dusted with what looks like ash? Indeed. Some offerings were meant to represent burnt sacrifices, minus the actual burning. The ash may have come from a sacred flame, extinguished after temple rites, then used to coat bread in symbolic death so that the ka could rise from it renewed. It's unsettling, beautiful, mysterious. And it all points to one thing. Food in Egypt was never just food. It was spell, offering, bridge, challenge, comfort. You picture a priest chanting over a tray of oddly shaped cakes, flicking wine-soaked herbs over them, then sealing them inside a tomb like potions, not pastries. They may have smelled good or terrible. They may have been edible or deeply unwise, but they mattered. Every ingredient, every shape, every crumb. Some were meant to please the gods, others to ward off demons. Still others were offerings to your own shadow self, to calm your fears, seal your promises, or sweeten your judgment. So, if you come across a cake shaped like a crocodile and stuffed with incense, don't be alarmed. In ancient Egypt, everything fed the spirit, even the weird stuff. Section 17. Your ka floats gently back from the aroma-soaked alcove of magical pastries, still trying to wrap its spiritual head around crocodile dung cake. Not literally, please. You pass by shelves of honey-drizzled dream bread, snake-shaped dough spells, and those fragrant lotus cakes, each one humming with quiet enchantment. But as you glide past your tomb's offering slab, once piled high with food, you notice something different. An absence. A silence. The feast is missing. No fresh bread. No steaming lentil stew. No jars of beer with their wax seals glistening in the torchlight. Just a few dry crumbs, a dusty jar, an old fly trapped beneath a brittle fig leaf. And now you feel it. Hunger. It's subtle, not the gnawing pang of living flesh, but a deeper ache, a spiritual emptiness. Because while your tomb was lovingly stocked, while your descendants once knelt here with offerings, and priests chanted blessings, and bakers delivered goose pies shaped like papyrus flowers, something has changed. No one's come in a while, and the offerings have stopped. This is the shadow side of the Egyptian dream. What happens when the pantry runs dry, when the Nile fails, when the living forget. You glide upward now, out of your tomb, passing through layers of earth and stone, and find yourself back in the world of the living. Ancient Egypt in decline. The river has receded, cracked like old skin. The fields lie yellowed, the wheat is gone, and the people are afraid. Because in Egypt, the Nile was everything. It was life, wealth, ritual, and yes, food. Every loaf of bread, every jug of beer, every fig pressed into a funerary jar traced its origins to that generous, sometimes unpredictable river. When it flooded right, the fields sang with green, granaries filled, ovens glowed day and night, offerings flowed freely from farms to temples to tombs. But when it didn't, everything stopped. Historians still argue about the scale of these famines. Were they localized droughts, widespread climate collapses, political failures dressed up as divine displeasure? Maybe all of the above. But what's undeniable is that during certain periods, particularly near the end of the Old Kingdom, and again after the New Kingdom, people stopped feeding the dead. Because they couldn't even feed the living. Temples shuttered. Priests abandoned their posts. Bread-making halted. And tombs, like yours, fell into silence. You imagine one of your descendants, clutching a small child, passing by the sealed entrance to your resting place. He stops, hesitates, looks down at the single loaf in his bag, then turns away. He doesn't forget you. He just can't afford to remember. It's heartbreaking. But it happened. One tomb inscription from the first intermediate period reads, "There was no bread. I watched my children cry. The dead wailed in their silence." The Ka, once nurtured with daily offerings, began to wither. In some beliefs, spirits who lacked offerings became restless, wandering, hungry, desperate, not evil, but neglected. The Egyptians even had a word for this state, mut, a spiritual hunger, a kind of ghostly thirst. Souls in this condition were said to drink from puddles, steal food from the altars, or haunt the dreams of their descendants. It wasn't revenge. It was a reminder. You see now how deeply dependent the dead were on the living, and how fragile that system really was. When famine hit, it wasn't just granaries that emptied. It was entire networks of memory and care. And yet, some people prepared for this. You drift into a different tomb now, one that belonged to a clever scribe named Chawi. On his wall is a full offering list, but instead of relying on his descendants or the temple, he includes backup spells. If no bread is given, let this word be bread. If no beer is poured, let this spell quench my thirst. Magical contingency plans. Chawi understood the risk, so he wrote his food into the walls, carved it into the stone, made his pantry out of words. And for thousands of years, those spells have endured. Even now, your Ka senses their power. Because you, too, were prepared, though your descendants have stopped coming, though the granaries are bare, though the priest no longer kneels before your offering table, your tomb still holds its enchantments. Painted loaves, written jugs of beer, sculpted meats, fake foods, but real intentions. And in the world of the Egyptian afterlife, Intention is everything. Still, a part of you aches, not for more roast duck or coriander-laced lamb, but for that act of remembrance, the hand placing the loaf, the whispered name, the tiny prayer folded into a honey cake. You miss being remembered. But take heart, because centuries later, a new kind of visitor arrives. They wear funny clothes, carry clipboards, speak a strange tongue, but they look at your bread. They study your jars. They whisper your name again, out loud, and you stir. Because in some mysterious way, even this counts. Even this is an offering. And maybe, just maybe, the Afterlife fridge is restocked again. Section 18. The hunger fades, gently, not with a feast, but with a memory. The whisper of your name, spoken aloud by strangers standing under flickering museum lights, becomes a kind of offering. Not a jug of beer or a roasted quail, but something just as nourishing to the ka. Recognition. But here's the twist. Even in the golden days, when the Nile overflowed, the priests chanted daily, and your tomb was bustling with offerings, there was one rule that never changed. Ghosts hate leftovers. You glide back down into your tomb, imagining a festival day centuries ago. The stone floor is scattered with flower petals, and outside the entrance, your descendants gather, faces flushed with heat and reverence. They've brought food, beautiful food, steaming bread, glistening fruit, beer sloshing with foam. They present it solemnly at your offering table. A priest mumbles spells to open the mouth of the meal, so your ka can consume its essence. And then, they remove the food. Yep. Just when your spirit's fork is halfway to its ghostly mouth, someone swipes the roast duck and carries it off. Because here's the thing. After the ritual, the food wasn't left to rot. It was retrieved, shared, or sometimes even sold. Historians still debate the ethics of this. Was the food spiritually drained, its life force consumed by your ka, making it safe for the living to eat? Or was it more like a sacred potluck, where gods and humans shared a metaphysical picnic? Many texts suggest that once the priest performed the ritual, the food was used up, not in taste or appearance, but in essence. It had become dead food, so to speak. A shell. But that shell, still pretty tasty. You picture a temple kitchen worker sneaking a bite of a honeyed fig that had just been offered to the soul of a long-dead merchant. Technically, that fig is now spiritually expired. But physically? Delicious. And this practice wasn't limited to sneaky bites. It was expected. Offerings were often redistributed among temple staff, especially during festivals. The priest would recite the proper formula, wave a censer of myrrh over the food. Then, once the ka had metaphorically eaten, the offerings were cleared and taken to the temple storerooms or break rooms. It might sound disrespectful, but the Egyptians saw this as orderly, even sacred. After all, nothing should go to waste. And the ka? It didn't need material calories. It fed on essence, aroma, intention. Which brings us to one of the most peculiar rituals, the renewal of offerings. The ancient Egyptians believed that if offerings sat out too long, got stale, moldy, or just boring, the spirit might get annoyed. Or worse, hungry again. So food had to be regularly refreshed. You glide along your offering table now and imagine the process. Loaves replaced with fresh ones, beer swapped for newly poured jugs, fruits rotated out so your eternal meals were never dry or dusty. It was housekeeping. It was hospitality. It was respect. And when food wasn't replaced, that's when problems began. There are tomb texts, some of them warnings, that speak of restless Ka spirits. Not angry, just disappointed, hungry, lonely. A neglected offering table could result in bad dreams for the living, or even crop failure. It was believed the dead could send messages, dreams, strange smells, sudden illness, until their table was tended once more. One particularly dramatic inscription from a family tomb reads, "Let no stale bread touch the mouth of the Ka. Let no dry beer insult him. Let him be fed as in life, lest he return in silence and shadow." That's polite mummy speak for feed me or else. You begin to realize food wasn't just nourishment. It was maintenance, like oiling a door hinge or sweeping a hearth. If you wanted your afterlife to remain sweet, freshness was non-negotiable. That's why tombs often included dummy food, carefully carved wax grapes, wooden ducks, or painted loaves that could never spoil. They were spiritual placeholders, in case no one came, in case offerings ceased. These would stand in reminding your Ka what life once felt like. But deep down, you always knew the difference. There's something sacred in freshness. The moment a jug is uncorked or a loaf split open to reveal steam, the first bite, the warmth, the smell. And the Egyptians knew this too. So they invented ways to simulate freshness. Some tombs have been found with sealed compartments, tiny niches with offerings buried deeper inside, meant to be opened on special occasions. Like spiritual leftovers with an expiration date thousands of years out. It's impressive, ingenious, slightly obsessive, but also deeply human. Because in the end, no one wants to feel forgotten, not even in paradise. So even here, centuries past your burial, you find yourself hoping, not for another roast duck or honey cake, but for that simple gesture. A new loaf, a splash of beer, a whispered name, something fresh, not because you need it, but because it means someone still cares. And until that happens again, you'll wait, patient, proud, wrapped in linen and spice, and hoping no one tries to feed you stale bread. Section 19. You shift, just slightly, in your linen-swathed form. Your Ka has no weight, no bones, but the tug of old memory is heavy. That crumbly feeling in the air? It's not hunger now. It's longing for freshness, yes, but also for warmth, texture, that sensory experience of being fed. But how, in the afterlife, or even in a sealed tomb, do you cook? There's no fire here, no open flame, no kitchen smoke curling up from rooftops. And yet, the ancient Egyptians figured it out. Not with microwaves, not with gas stoves, but with technique, cleverness, and patience. So tonight, let's step into the original slow food movement. Because when you couldn't cook with fire, you cooked with time. You float through a dream space replica of an ancient Egyptian kitchen, tucked into the back of a modest home along the Nile. The walls are clay, the floor packed dirt, sunlight pours through a hole in the ceiling and glints off stacks of storage jars. There's no oven, no flickering hearth, just a fire pit. A simple, sunken space where dried dung, reeds, and acacia wood smolder low and steady. No roaring flame here, no sizzle. Just embers, radiating heat that could be trapped, coaxed, and used. And next to it, a series of ingenious culinary gadgets: clay domes, stone lids, woven baskets for steaming, and slabs of basalt used like frying pans. You watch a woman place a covered pot deep into the ash and cover it with a flat stone. Not baking, not boiling, but something in between. Hours later, the lid lifts and a rich barley porridge emerges, bubbling gently, thickened with honey and garlic. That's how they did it. When they couldn't cook with fire due to poverty, ritual restriction, or sheer practicality, they used residual heat, fermentation, drying, and magic. In temple kitchens, food for the gods couldn't be flambéed or flamboyant. It had to be pure, controlled, and often cold. In fact, many temple rules forbade open flames inside sacred walls. Offerings had to be steamed, sun-baked, or preserved in oils. One popular technique? Fermenting. They fermented everything. Beer, of course, but also fish, lentils, dough, and even dairy. Fermentation didn't just preserve, it transformed. It added tang, bite, funk, something deeply alive. Imagine a jar of sour barley paste left out in the Egyptian sun, bubbling gently in the heat, then spread onto a round of sun-dried bread. Not gourmet, but deeply satisfying. Another method? Sun-drying. Bread, fish, fruits, and even thinly sliced meats were dried in the intense sun, then packed in linen and clay jars. No salt needed, though sometimes they added it, especially to fish. Sun-dried tilapia was a favorite, easy to carry, perfect for tomb offerings. It wasn't fast. It wasn't showy. But it worked. You float now through a noble's tomb kitchen. Not metaphorical, but a real model, carved and painted in stone. There are scenes of women slicing onions, men fanning slow fires, servants grinding spices. No firewood, no ovens, just tools, motion, and time. One man stirs a bread slurry in a deep pot. Another tends a bread mold, shaped like a dome and resting over a bed of embers. That bread mold, archaeologists later discovered, was lined with oat or crushed grain to prevent sticking. Functional, clever, eternal. And when fire wasn't an option at all, they turned to ritual cooking. They believed words could cook, that spells, when recited over raw dough, could activate it spiritually. You didn't need heat. You needed the right phrasing, the right intention, the right alignment of stars and oils and syllables. In one scroll, the phrase, "Let it be hot in the mouth of the gods," was used in place of actual heat. The belief was that the words themselves could warm the offering enough for divine consumption. That's what makes Egyptian food culture so remarkable. It wasn't just culinary. It was conceptual. They didn't always need heat. They needed meaning. Even when they had fire, they used it wisely. Fuel was scarce. Most cooking happened in communal ovens. Flat breads were slapped onto the inside of clay domes, like naan, or baked in pot-shaped ovens buried halfway into the earth. Whole neighborhoods might share one oven. You knew the bread was done not by timers, but by scent. You inhale now, spiritually, of course, and the air fills with toasted grain, clay, and faint wood smoke. A timeless perfume. And it wasn't just in life. In death, too, fire became metaphor. In your tomb, next to your jars of wine and honeyed onions, there's a tiny carved image of a flame. That's it. No real torch, no firewood, just a symbol. Because here, intention is fuel. And that's how you cook without fire. You preserve. You ferment. You dry. You speak. You remember. In fact, one of the most common spells in tombs simply reads, "Let this offering be warm." That's it. Not let it roast. Not let it boil. Just warm. Because warm is comforting, nourishing, alive. And sometimes that's all your ka needs. A warm bowl of words. A slow cooked memory. A spiritual stew made from intention and patience. And you savor every bite. Section 20. The scent of slow-cooked porridge and word-warmed bread fades into the background, replaced now by another smell. Something sharper, more deliberate. A touch of incense, the must of well-worn linen. And beneath it all, something unmistakable. Sweat. But not the panicked kind. This is the sweat of routine, of repetition, of duty. Because behind every sacred meal offered to the gods or the dead, there was someone doing the grunt work. Welcome to the temple kitchen hustle. This wasn't a tidy little nook with a cheerful baker in a clean apron humming to herself while she frosted cakes for Anubis. No, the temple kitchens were full-scale culinary factories, chaotic, hot, and always under spiritual pressure. You hover now inside one of them. It's massive. At least 5 people are kneading dough. 2 are grinding grain. Another is carefully arranging loaves on trays. A boy fans a long, narrow oven built into the wall. To your left, a sweating man is hacking a goose into parts with a knife that looks as sharp as it does old. And in the corner, a priest. Not cooking. Watching. Because here's the thing. In a temple kitchen, food was both sustenance and spell work. Everything had to be done just right. Not just by recipe, but by ritual. You didn't just slice a fig. You blessed it. You didn't just brew beer. You invoked Hathor. You didn't just slap dough into a mold. You chanted over it. One wrong movement, one forgotten phrase, and the whole spiritual meal could be invalidated. Spoiled not by rot, but by disrespect. Historians still argue how literal these temple rules were. Did every bread maker really recite lines from the Book of the Dead before baking? Or did some just mumble and hope the gods weren't listening too closely? Some records suggest strict adherence. Others hint at casual shortcuts. Human nature, after all, never mummifies completely. But what we do know is that temple kitchens were central to Egypt's economy. They weren't just preparing meals for 1 or 2 gods. They were feeding the entire divine family, plus a steady stream of the dead. Some temples had dozens of kitchens, each assigned to a different god, spirit, or category of offering. One might specialize in meat dishes for Ra, another in vegetarian plates for Osiris, a third in festive pastries for Bastet. And these weren't symbolic gestures. These were daily meals. Offerings were prepared fresh every morning, placed on altars. Then, after the rituals, removed and redistributed among the priests. That meant the kitchens were never quiet. They started before sunrise, baked through the heat, and finished only when the last god had been fed, and the leftovers hauled off to the priestly break room. You imagine a day in the life of one of these temple cooks. He wakes before dawn, prays at his bedside shrine, then trudges to the granite gates of the temple compound. His job? Bake 40 loaves of semi-det, fine white bread, brew 6 jugs of beer, and prepare a tray of stewed lentils for Thoth, all by mid-morning. But he's not working alone. There's a hierarchy. At the top, the overseer of the temple kitchens, who manages everything from grain supplies to staffing. Below him, head bakers, master brewers, seasonal food scribes, and the ritual inspectors. Basically, your divine food safety officers. And somewhere in the middle, the unsung hero, the K chef. This was a priest or temple worker whose sole task was to prepare meals for the dead. Not the gods. The dead. You, in other words. And they took it seriously. They studied your tomb inscriptions, memorized your favorite flavors, knew exactly how much beer your spirit could handle before getting rowdy. You walk now through an imaginary schedule scratched into a wall. Monday, offerings for High Priest Intef. 6 loaves, 2 jars of beer, 1 roast duck. Tuesday, offerings for Lady Meret, lentil stew, honey cakes, fresh pomegranate. Wednesday, general offering day, all tombs. Bring extra onions. This wasn't improvisation. It was logistics, a kind of culinary orchestra where each offering had to harmonize with the divine calendar. And it wasn't cheap. Temples were some of the largest landowners in Egypt. Fields of wheat, groves of figs, date orchards, barley paddies, all worked by temple farmers so that the kitchens could run without pause. You were literally eating the produce of empires. And yet, it was never about luxury. The temple food wasn't seasoned with decadence. It was seasoned with faith. Even the tools were sacred. Ovens were anointed with oil. Grinders were washed with blessed water. Bread molds were carved with protective symbols to prevent evil from rising alongside the dough. You glance at one now, its interior etched with a falcon's wing. No one would see it once the bread baked, but it didn't matter. It wasn't for show. It was for the gods, for you. Because in Egypt, cooking wasn't just an act of survival. It was an act of devotion. A kitchen wasn't just a place to make food. It was a place to transform the ordinary into the eternal. And temple cooks? They weren't just workers. They were priest chefs, feeding spirits, shaping memory, baking immortality into every loaf. So the next time someone lights incense over a dry, old piece of temple bread and says a prayer, somewhere in the field of reeds, a ka lifts its head, smiles, and says, "That smells like home." Section 21. The kitchen fades. The heat of the hearth, the bustle of priest bakers, the scent of steaming barley, all dissolve into the gentle hush of underground time. Your ka drifts again, drawn now not by smell or hunger, but by curiosity. Because for all the painted offerings and hieroglyphic menus, there's something special, almost intimate, about the real thing. Actual bread, actual ovens, actual scorch marks in actual clay. You descend, not into myth or metaphor this time, but into archaeology. And what you find is surprisingly close to home. Beneath a modern pizza joint in Cairo, Beneath sidewalks and subway tunnels lie fragments of ancient ovens, clay kilns, sunken hearths, half-buried bakery stations where ancient Egyptians once kneaded, rolled, and baked their way into history. Let's step into one now. A modest domestic courtyard, tucked behind a humble mud brick house. The sun scorches the earth, but a cloth awning offers just enough shade for the woman at work. She's barefoot, her linen dress dusted with flour. On a low stone table, she's pounding dough, coarse, gritty, stubborn. Not emmer today, but barley, cheaper, still sacred. She works fast. Behind her, a clay oven, shaped like a beehive, emits lazy curls of smoke. It's called a tabun, and its inner walls are lined with pebbles to retain heat. Bread is slapped directly onto the inside, thunk, where it clings, cooks, then peels away with a soft hiss. And this isn't just one household. Similar ovens have been uncovered in hundreds of ancient sites across Egypt. Deir el Medina, Amarna, Giza, even small village sites no one's bothered to name. Always the same pattern. An oven, a grindstone, a storage jar for grain, a surface for kneading. The basics never change. In fact, one researcher in Luxor recently found a bakery under a modern bakery, a site that had likely been used for the same purpose, without interruption, for thousands of years. You imagine generations of bakers, one after the other, flattening dough, adjusting spice, teaching daughters, passing down techniques, until the bread they baked for their families looked almost exactly like the bread once offered to gods. Historians still argue how many different types of bread existed. Some claim over 40 varieties, based on tomb paintings and excavated molds. Others suggest even more, depending on shape, flour, seasoning, and religious function. Some loaves were braided, others shaped like ducks, anks, lotus buds, even hedgehogs. Yes, hedgehogs. Because if you're going to feed your soul for eternity, you might as well do it with style. And it wasn't just the shape that mattered. It was the method. Some were cooked in molds, cone-shaped, round-bottomed pottery pieces, which have been found in massive quantities at tomb sites. Others were fried on hot stones, especially for fast festivals or daily meals. Still others were steamed in reed baskets or wrapped in leaves for preservation. You find yourself gliding into one of the more mysterious sites. A large-scale industrial bakery unearthed in Amarna, Akhenaten's short-lived capital. Rows of ovens, pits for mixing dough, long troughs where grain was soaked and mashed. It wasn't a kitchen. It was a factory. A city's worth of bread baked daily, not just for the living, but for temple offerings. And it's not just theory. In some of these ovens, archaeologists have found actual bread remains, carbonized, blackened, but still recognizably bread. Rings of burned crust, flakes of old dough, even fingerprints, the final press of a palm from someone long dead, now fossilized in carbon. One particular loaf, unearthed from a tomb in Thebes, had a thumb-sized dent near the edge. Maybe dropped, maybe squished, maybe just pressed down for fun. The archaeologists didn't touch it. They left it there. Because that thumbprint, it was older than Rome, older than Greek drama, older than the English language. A tiny reminder that once a real person baked this bread. And maybe they laughed while doing it. Maybe they complained about the heat. Maybe they sampled a piece when no one was looking. They almost certainly did. These aren't just artifacts. They're leftovers from love. Back in your tomb, you feel the connection now, not to gods or grand rituals, but to those people, the nameless bakers, the dusty kitchens, the flour-covered children stealing figs from the mixing bowl. Their work became your offerings. Their hands shaped your sustenance. It's humbling, because for all the gold and grandeur, it's the ovens beneath the floorboards that tell the real story. The story of survival, of taste, of touch. So the next time you smell fresh bread, or burn it slightly, and curse your modern oven, remember, the ancient ones did it first, and sometimes better. Section 22. Your ka lingers now in the soft, smoky memory of ancient ovens, drifting above the crumbling ruins of sunken hearths and scorched bread crusts. But something in the air changes, like a curtain pulled aside, revealing not another room, but a different time. Because here's the thing about the Egyptians. They weren't static. Sure, their traditions ran deep, deeper than the Nile's currents. But that didn't mean they stayed exactly the same. They evolved, adapted, reinvented, even in the afterlife. And so, as you glide forward through the centuries, you begin to notice something strange about your afterlife menu. It's different. The bread's still here. So is the beer. But now there are grapes where there once were figs, new spices, unexpected shapes, decorative garnishes, even foreign foods. You're not imagining it. This is your eternal lunch getting a glow up. You settle now into the tomb of a noblewoman from the 18th dynasty, a good 500 years after the first pyramids were built. Her offering table looks familiar, but fancier. There's still roast goose, but now it's glazed. There are stewed vegetables, seasoned with coriander and cumin. There's even a salad. Yes, a dish of lettuce and herbs arranged just so, with decorative pomegranate seeds on top. The food isn't just for sustenance anymore. It's for style. As Egypt expanded its trade routes and absorbed influences from Nubia, the Levant, and beyond, its food offerings evolved too. Spices, fruit, new types of wine. Ingredients, once exotic, became commonplace. A tomb that once might have held 3 basic jars now held 50, each labeled in cursive hieroglyphs, boasting origin, contents, and sometimes the harvest year. It's like going from a paper plate picnic to a royal banquet with assigned seating and a wine pairing menu. You see it clearly now in the evolution of tomb art. Earlier tombs focused on function: a man baking bread, a woman pouring beer, a table piled with food for utility's sake. But by the New Kingdom, the art becomes luxurious. Servants carry trays piled with wild game. Dishes are plated with care. Ducks are trussed with pomegranate cords. Bread is braided into delicate spirals. It's a visual feast, and also a message. Look how well I lived. Look how well I still eat. And the gods? They kept up with the trends, too. Temples began offering foreign goods to deities: imported oils, new fruits, even cheese, a bold move in any century. Ritual feasts included not just traditional staples, but new delicacies. Some statues of gods were even dressed with garlands made from dried herbs and spice bundles, half decoration, half snack. Historians still debate whether these newer offerings changed the spiritual mechanics. Was foreign food as valid as the old barley and beer combo? Did the gods mind getting sesame cake instead of honey bread? One camp believes that ritual purity mattered more than recipe. As long as the food was prepared correctly and with reverence, its contents were secondary. Others argue that specific gods had specific tastes, and changing the menu too much might offend someone divine. You float now through the tomb of a Ptolemaic priest. Greek name, Egyptian soul. His offerings are a full fusion cuisine. Olive oil in alabaster jugs, wine sweetened with resin, flatbreads spiced with cinnamon, and, surprisingly, chickpeas roasted and crushed into paste. That's right, your eternal snack table just got hummus. You imagine the priest's ka waking up, tasting this creamy new dish, blinking once and saying, "Okay, I can get used to this." Because death doesn't stop taste. If anything, it encourages reinvention. By the time of Cleopatra, Egypt had become a melting pot of food culture. Persian, Greek, Syrian, African influences all left traces in tomb kitchens, offering scrolls, listed ingredients not seen in the Old Kingdom. Recipes were more elaborate. Bread might be filled with fruits, nuts, even cheese curds. And the kitchens, both mortal and divine, were busier than ever. Some temples employed entire foreign food teams, specialists trained in crafting non-native dishes for international deities and dignitaries. Even tombs reflected this global flair. One relief shows a banquet attended by both Egyptians and foreigners, everyone eating, drinking, sharing the sacred experience. And so your ka, always curious, begins to wonder. Did the gods develop new preferences too? Did Osiris grow fond of sesame honey cakes? Did Hathor develop a weakness for sweet wine with cinnamon? Did Anubis sneak a bite of fried chickpea during a festival? No one can say, but the offerings kept coming. You return now to your own tomb. The walls haven't changed, but the table, oh, the table is glowing. There's old comfort food, yes, but there's also innovation, evolution, because memory doesn't stand still. It grows, and so does taste. Your eternal lunch is no longer just a survival kit. It's a curated spread of the best of every era, a timeline told through texture and spice. You reach for a braided loaf you've never seen before, soft, sweet, glazed with a syrup that smells faintly of rose water. You bite, and your ka smiles. Section 23. You sit now in the Afterlife banquet hall, a soft breeze stirring the linen drapes, your plate a kaleidoscope of golden bread, shimmering dates, and pomegranate-laced stews. Your ka is satisfied, content, reclining like royalty. But then something scuttles across the table, tiny, shiny, ancient. A scarab beetle. You blink. It pauses, tilts its little obsidian head, and calmly nudges a grape toward you. Wait, what? You look again. It's not a real beetle. It's a sculpture, a carving, maybe even a bread roll shaped like a scarab and baked to a golden sheen. Because tonight, we're dining in the weirdest corner of Egyptian food tradition. Welcome to the banquet for a beetle god. Yes, you heard that right. Because in Egypt, everything sacred needed feeding, even bugs. The scarab beetle wasn't just any bug. It was divine, a sacred symbol of rebirth, transformation, and the rising sun. To the ancient Egyptians, the image of a scarab pushing a ball of dung across the earth was the perfect metaphor for the sun god Khepri, rolling the sun across the sky. Elegant? Maybe not. But spiritually potent? Absolutely. So it makes sense, sort of, that scarabs would get offerings too. You wander now through a side chamber of a nobleman's tomb. The walls are adorned with images of beetles, not painted as pests, but as honored guests. Some are carved into loaves of bread. Others are baked from dough and glazed with date syrup to resemble the shining carapace of the sacred insect. And then you find it, a small, sealed jar. Inside, crushed barley, dried figs, and what appears to be beetle-shaped cakes. Sweet, tiny, symbolic. Historians still debate whether these cakes were meant for the gods, the spirits of the dead, or perhaps for Khepri himself. But there's no doubt they existed. One temple inventory lists offerings for Khepri: bread in the likeness of beetles, 3 measures of beer, 1 dish of pounded fruit. It wasn't just about flattery. These offerings were spells in edible form. To eat a beetle-shaped loaf might mean invoking transformation, renewal, protection from decay, even magical strength. Some funerary spells refer to the scarab as a guide through the underworld. So offering food to the scarab wasn't just culinary. It was cosmic insurance. And it didn't stop at baked goods. Some amulets were made of wax or resin, molded in the shape of beetles, then placed with food offerings. These weren't to be eaten, but they blessed the meal, infused it with the essence of rebirth. A meal offered to a scarab was a meal offered to the sun itself. You imagine now a tomb priest placing a tray of tiny beetle cakes near your mummy's head, whispering, for protection, for renewal, for safe passage. And in a way, they were feeding your hope. Of course, this practice might seem odd to us now, but in ancient Egypt, insects, especially sacred ones, were not just tolerated. They were revered. Beetles, bees, locusts, even flies. Yes, flies. Some high-status tombs have yielded gold fly amulets, possibly given as rewards for bravery, the ancient version of a Medal of Honor, and possibly left as offerings too. It's not clear whether anyone made fly-shaped cookies, but honestly, it wouldn't be surprising. Because food offerings weren't just for people, or even just for gods. They were for symbols, for forces, for ideas. The scarab represented change, so it got a slice of honeyed barley cake shaped like its own holy self. The cobra, a protector, might receive wine or eggs in specific rituals. Even the sacred ibis of Thoth had offerings of fish and fresh greens. It's part of a bigger theme you're starting to understand. In Egypt, everything had a spirit, a spark, a ka. And anything with a ka, animal, object, god, or human, could get hungry. Not physically, spiritually. So yes, the banquet sometimes included beetles, and birds, and fish carved from bread and baked to be placed beside symbolic statues of each. You turn your gaze now to a painted panel near your tomb's false door. There, in soft ochre and black, is an image of your own Ka seated at a low table. Beside you is a small offering tray, and on it, a row of sacred symbols carved in food. The Ankh for life, the Dijed for stability, the Scarab for rebirth, all edible, all metaphor, all ready for your soul to digest. You reach out, amused and humbled, and pick up one of the beetle-shaped cakes. The glaze is sticky. The scent is warm. Dates, honey, maybe a touch of thyme. You take a bite, and the moment you do, the room brightens. Not with light, but with meaning. Layers upon layers of it. Because this isn't just a sweet. It's a spell, a prayer, a promise that you will rise again, that the sun will return, that the world, like dough, can be reshaped, even by a beetle. Section 24. The aftertaste of honey and thyme lingers on your tongue, and with it, a hum. Not a sound exactly, but a resonance, like your Ka has taken a deep breath and now stretches wide across time, belly full and spirit light. But beneath that contentment lies a deeper curiosity. What exactly is your soul eating? It's not your mummified body gnawing on bread loaves or chugging beer in some dusty sarcophagus. It's something subtler, something eternal, something called the Ka. And your Ka? It gets hungry. In fact, the entire system of food offerings in ancient Egypt revolves around this enigmatic soul part. The Ka wasn't a ghost or a shadow or a reanimated corpse. It was you, but without the awkward mortal bits. A duplicate you, a metaphysical roommate who followed you in life, split from your body at death, and, if everything went right, settled into your tomb to enjoy the eternal lunch buffet. But the Ka had rules. It needed offerings, regular ones, fresh ones, well prepared, preferably with seasoning, and definitely with spells attached. Because while the Ka didn't chew or swallow, it consumed essence, the spiritual version of flavor, memory, and care. And let's be clear, it could tell the difference. Fake food could work if prepared correctly. Painted loaves, wax meats, even carved grapes. But the feeling had to be right. The intention, the ritual. It's not enough to draw a picture of a beer jug on your wall and call it a day. You had to say the words. Perform the rite. Otherwise, the Ka went hungry. That's why tombs were so carefully stocked with both real and symbolic food. You couldn't leave your Ka guessing. A hungry Ka could get moody. Not malevolent, necessarily, but sulky, restless. You glide now through your own tomb again, this time from the Ka's perspective. It's not how the living see it. To your Ka, the space is alive. The walls shimmer with intention. The offering table glows faintly with the imprint of past loaves. The beer jars hum with spiritual fizz. And there's the door, the false door, glowing like a portal. That's your dining entrance. It's how your Ka steps in, approaches the table, and absorbs the energy of the food left for you. You're not gnawing bones or dunking onions into a fig chutney. You're absorbing the meaning of the meal, the scent, the memory, the love, but it still feels filling, which is why there were entire classes of priests, ka-priests, whose job it was to feed the ka. They weren't there to grieve or decorate your tomb with flowers. They were chefs, waiters, and delivery drivers for the divine soul. Each day, they approached the offering table, placed food carefully, lit incense, and recited the necessary prayers. Bread for the ka, beer for the ka. May your spirit eat and be satisfied. And when they were done, they took the food away, because the ka had consumed its part, the essence. What remained was called repast. It could be eaten by the priests or family, because it no longer belonged to the spirit. It had been used, not physically, spiritually. And that's not weird. That's efficiency. Some believe that the Egyptian soul was split into parts. The ka, the ba, personality, the aha, ya, divine transfigured spirit, and others. But the ka? That's the part that stuck around, that needed feeding, that held your habits, preferences, appetite. You were your ka in the tomb, not resting, not dissolving, but living in a different way. One tomb inscription, carved into a doorway frame, reads, "O you who love bread, who desired beer, who asked for onions with every meal, may your ka be satisfied forever." It's sweet and oddly specific, but that's the point. The ka didn't want generic food. It wanted your food. The same lentil stew you liked on festival days, the duck roasted with garlic and wild coriander, the beer your cousin brewed with tamarind and a touch too much yeast. And that's why tomb scenes were so detailed. Some show full meals, guests seated, music playing, food arriving on trays. Not because the Egyptians thought you'd be throwing parties in your tomb, but because they believed your ka remembered every moment of joy, every meal worth reliving. To feed the ka wasn't just to fill a void. It was to reignite memory. You see it now. Your ka sits at the table, at every table. In your tomb, yes, but also in the field of reeds, at temple festivals, at the edge of dreams, wherever someone speaks your name, offers you a fig, or writes a list of loaves on a piece of limestone, your ka shows up. Because it's waiting. Always. Not for volume, but for meaning. And that's why the ancient Egyptians were so obsessed with feeding the dead. They weren't scared of ghosts. They weren't appeasing angry spirits. They were feeding the part of you that still cared, the part that got hungry. Not for food, but for memory, warmth, family, familiar tastes. The part that would, for all eternity, take a bite of bread and say, "Ah, yes, just like I remember it." Section 25. You sit with your ka, that quiet double of yourself, both of you soaking in the glow of remembered meals and symbolic satisfaction. But as the steam rises from a plate of dream duck and barley porridge, something catches your eye. Not the food this time, but the illusion. You blink. That grape doesn't wobble. That bread has no crust. That jug of beer, flat and carved. Because what you're looking at is a fake. And suddenly, you realize your eternal feast might just be one big stage set. Welcome to the weird and wonderful world of funerary food fakes. You reach forward and pluck what appears to be a roast duck off your offering table. It's beautiful. Gleaming feathers, folded wings, golden sheen. But when you tap it, hollow and not roasted. It's plaster, painstakingly sculpted, hand-painted, tucked into your tomb like the real thing. But this one isn't going in your mouth, or your cause for that matter. It's going in your imagination. These food fakes, sometimes called model offerings, were an essential part of burial prep, especially from the Middle Kingdom onward. Real food could spoil, get stolen, or rot before the tomb even sealed. So the next best thing? Craft it out of wax, wood, plaster, even stone. In one tomb, archaeologists discovered over 200 carved loaves stacked like actual bread in a recessed pantry niche. They looked ready to eat until you tried to pick one up and nearly dislocated your Ka shoulder from the weight. Elsewhere, entire meals were carved from limestone. Goose, fish, onions, grapes, even beer jugs, each chiseled with such realism that early excavators mistook them for petrified food. Historians still debate how these fake offerings functioned. Were they simply visual reminders, magic-ready surrogates, or actual containers for spells with the power to become food in the afterlife? The answer, like much in Egypt, is yes. Probably all of the above. Because in ancient Egyptian belief, appearance equals function. To see food was to name it. To name it was to summon it. To summon it was to make it real, at least for your Ka. That's why tomb walls were covered with banquet scenes, why offering formulas were written on every available surface, and why sculptors worked overtime making food dummies that looked tastier than most fast food menus today. Even the fake foods had labels. Some wax offerings were inscribed with mini hieroglyphs. One roast goose, seasoned. Bread, white flour, sweetened. Beer, strong, cold. Not because the gods needed clarification, but because the words anchored the illusion. The moment you named a thing, you brought it to life. You wander now through a section of your tomb reserved for funerary art. Not paintings, not inscriptions, sculptures, loaves stacked on clay trays, jugs of fake wine, still sealed. A tiny wooden table, complete with food, carved to sit eternally beside your mummy. In one corner, there's even a tiny butcher shop, carved in exquisite detail. A cow being cut, a man sharpening his knife, slabs of meat laid out for inspection, not life-size, but symbolic scale. These models weren't toys. They were your afterlife kitchen staff, crafted to continue producing food even after the real cooks were gone. One famous tomb model, now in the Cairo Museum, shows an entire bakery and brewery in miniature. Women kneading dough, men hauling jars, clay ovens firing gently in stone. It's not cute. It's functional. Because if your family couldn't afford real loaves every month, better to leave you with a team of symbolic bakers, eternally mid-task, than risk your Ka going hungry. You look down at the loaf in your hand again. It's not warm. It has no crumb. But the spell carved beneath it reads, "May this bread satisfy the Ka of the honored one every day in all seasons." And it hits you. This isn't a trick. It's a promise. Even if the world forgets to bring you offerings, even if the tomb gets sealed and the temple closes and your name is no longer whispered on feast days, this fake loaf will remain. silent, sculpted, waiting. And to your Ka, that's enough. Because the essence is still here. The intention, baked into every carved curve, sealed into every inscribed edge. A symbolic meal made not of flour and yeast, but of memory and belief. Even today, modern archaeologists are fooled. More than once, bread-shaped offerings have turned out to be terracotta, or wax, or resin. And sometimes, the paint is so good that researchers have to taste the edge, gently, with gloves, calm down, to confirm it's not real food. Imagine biting into a 3,000-year-old wax fig. Imagine your Ka chuckling from across the veil. Because in the end, the ancient Egyptians knew a secret we're only now remembering. The appearance of care is still care. A fake loaf still says, I fed you. I remembered you. I built this for you, so you'd never go without. And your Ka, wise and warm, lifts its head and says, it's perfect. Section 26. You place the sculpted loaf back on its tray, and for a moment, everything is still. The tomb is hushed. The incense long since faded. The painted walls glowing gently in the soft light of memory. You've just bitten into a beetle cake, feasted on magical offerings, and unwrapped sculpted stews that will never spoil. But now, your attention is drawn to something older. Something living. Well, sort of. In a shadowed niche of your tomb, there's a pile of loaves. Real ones this time. Not sculpted, not wax. Actual bread, wrapped tightly in linen, once sealed in jars. And one of them? It's gone soft. Fuzzy, even. Covered in a downy patch of mold. Wait. Mold? In the tomb? You might think that's a disaster. A failure of embalming. But in ancient Egypt, not necessarily. Because some food was meant to rot. We're not talking about spoilage. We're talking about transformation. Tonight's dish, the magic of moldy loaves. You reach out. Not physically, of course, and examine one of the offerings. A flat disk of barley bread, slightly cracked, its edges tinged with blue-green fuzz. It's not sloppy decay. It's controlled, contained, intentional. Historians still argue over this. Were some foods placed in tombs knowing they'd break down over time? Was mold part of a spiritual process, like a ritual fermentation, only fuzzier? One theory suggests that these loaves were early forms of living offerings, not because they moved, but because they changed. Bread that molded represented renewal, transformation, even fertility. Think about it. Mold is nature's way of recycling. It decomposes, reuses, rebuilds. In the eternal landscape of the afterlife, what better symbol for resurrection than a loaf that becomes something else? Some tomb texts even refer to offerings that sweat, bloom, or rise again. Words that could describe anything from leavened bread to fungus to mystical rebirth. You turn to another offering, a jar of preserved grain, its lid cracked open, the contents slightly musty. It doesn't smell rotten. It smells sharp, medicinal. In fact, ancient Egyptians used moldy bread to treat wounds. It sounds like folk magic, but it's shockingly close to modern science. They may not have known the term penicillin, But they knew that bread left in the right conditions could heal. They packed moldy crumbs into cuts, bound them in linen, and let nature do its work. Could that same logic apply to the spirit? You glance again at the mold-covered loaf in your tomb, and it suddenly doesn't look like failure. It looks like protection. Something left there to ward off spiritual sickness, or maybe to invite divine regeneration. After all, mold is unpredictable, wild, half life, half death. It grows silently in shadow, quietly reclaims what has been left behind. What better metaphor for the afterlife's mysteries? Some scholars propose that these moldy loaves were part of transitional offerings, food meant to decay over time, syncing with the spiritual shift from death to rebirth. The food didn't just feed your ka, it evolved alongside it. There are even hints in the pyramid texts. May the bread rise thrice, once for the mouth, once for the soul, once for the rebirth of the heart. Rise, decay, return. You think about the process now. The dough shaped lovingly by mortal hands, baked with care, wrapped tightly, then sealed away in darkness for the long road ahead. Not to last, but to change. This wasn't a mistake. This was a philosophy. Even modern excavations support it. In some tombs, loaves have been found partially rotted, but placed alongside perfectly preserved wax models, as if saying, this one will transform, that one will endure. Together, they cover all possibilities. You float now through an ancient bakery, not a tomb kitchen, but a living one. The head baker is inspecting a batch of loaves. Some he sets aside for temple rituals. Others he tucks away in small jars, wipes with oil, and seals loosely, not too tight. He knows what he's doing. He wants the bread to breathe, not to spoil completely, but to soften, ferment, maybe even attract the sacred molds of the Nile air. This baker isn't just making food. He's invoking a cycle. Bread that nourishes, bread that heals, bread that rises, falls, and rises again. Back in your tomb, you watch the mold spread. Not quickly, not aggressively, but gracefully. The bread is becoming something else now, and so are you. Because rot, in the ancient Egyptian imagination, wasn't always corruption. Sometimes it was alchemy, a spell disguised as a crumb, a loaf rewritten in spores, a divine recipe still baking itself into the next world. And if someone, centuries later, should peer into your tomb and wrinkle their nose at the sight of mold, you smile, because you know the truth. Even decay can be sacred. Section 27. The mold glistens faintly in the tomb's cool air, casting a strange sort of dignity on the offerings you once knew as bread. They've changed, evolved, become something new, something mysterious. But not everything was left to chance. Not everything was meant to ferment quietly in the dark. Because for the ancient Egyptians, one thing was certain. Pharaohs don't do leftovers. Your ka chuckles, a dry ripple of amusement. You look around your eternal pantry, still well-stocked, still fresh, or magically faked into freshness, and realize something that somehow you've always known. When you're buried in gold, linen, and the weight of divine expectation, you don't eat soggy lentils on day 2. You get new food every time, and whatever wasn't consumed, physically or spiritually, was carefully, obsessively disposed of. Not tossed, not forgotten, but ritually handled as if it still had a soul of its own. Let's explore this strange world of afterlife waste management. You glide into the mortuary temple of a powerful pharaoh, let's say Amenhotep III. His body lies far away in the Valley of the Kings, sealed behind layers of stone and shadow. But his temple bustles with priests, workers, and, most critically, kitchen staff. Each day, a procession begins. Bread is baked, beer brewed, fowl roasted, fruits washed. Everything prepared according to precise schedules, offering lists, lunar calendars, and royal preferences. The food is marched in, offered with incense and prayer. And then, what happens to the leftovers? The Ka has already taken its fill, the essence absorbed through ritual. What remains is remaindered magic, still spiritually potent, but no longer active. You'd think they'd just eat it, right? Well, sometimes, but not always. Some items were too sacred to consume casually. Certain cuts of meat, for example, once touched by holy oil or placed on the altar, were no longer fit for human mouths. Some were buried, some burned, others ritually dismantled, torn apart and dissolved into the soil or cast into the Nile with prayers. Because even food had an afterlife. There are records of cleansing rituals performed over discarded offerings, especially during major festivals. This wasn't about sanitation. It was about release, making sure the energy was fully returned to the gods, or safely neutralized. One temple manual refers to this process as unmaking the meal. That's wild. They didn't just serve food to the divine. They had to decommission it afterward. Picture a priest carefully disassembling a roast goose. He wipes it with natron, smears it with myrrh, whispers a short verse, then drops it into a deep shaft carved beside the temple's outer wall. It's not waste. It's a ritual burial. Even the trash had hierarchy. And of course, Pharaoh? He didn't want his Ka rummaging through last week's barley stew, so anything past its prime was whisked away and replaced, daily, sometimes hourly during grand festivals. Some tombs even had disposal rooms, side chambers sealed off from the main burial suite, where spent offerings could be stored or buried. These weren't dumps. They were like sacred compost heaps. Some archaeologists have found pits full of partially consumed offerings, carefully layered with sand and linen, as if each stale fig had to be tucked in like a sleeping child. And when things got really fancy, there were ritual incinerations, burnt bread, charred meats, smoldering herbs. The smoke would rise in slow spirals, curling upward like a return ticket for the gods. The Egyptians believed that flames purified what was otherwise impure, and also, perhaps, made it visible to the celestial realm. That's why some offering formulas include lines like, "May this meal rise in smoke to the heavens." It's not poetic metaphor. It's a delivery system. And don't forget, priests were under pressure. Feeding a pharaoh's spirit wasn't optional. It was sacred obligation. If food was stale, rotten, or improperly presented, the priest responsible might face spiritual consequences. Dreams, bad harvests, even public shame. You glide now through one of these massive mortuary complexes. The food procession moves in, day after day, year after year. The offerings are fresh, the rituals rehearsed. And behind the scenes, an entire team working to clean up after eternity. Even the offering tables were scrubbed with natron and scented water after each ritual. You didn't want yesterday's goose grease offending today's God. The utmost purity was required for the living, for the dead, for the food itself. And in a strange way, all this disposal, all this renewal, was also about hope. Because replacing food meant believing the Ka still needed it, still existed, still lingered, still dined. Even centuries later, when temple staff dwindled and endowments ran dry, there were moments, festivals, pilgrimages, random acts of remembrance, when food would appear again, and the ritual would resume. Offer, feed, remove, bury, begin again. It was a cycle, a rhythm, like the Nile, like breath, like life. And so your Ka, fully aware now, reclines beside your eternal table and takes note. That loaf, fresh. That wine, poured just this morning. That duck, sizzling in the memory of a fire long extinguished. And when it's time, you nod. The priests collect what remains. They wrap it gently and carry it away, because even leftovers can be holy. Section 28. The priests are gone now, their footsteps faded, their hands still smelling faintly of roasted onions and juniper oil. They've cleared the table, scrubbed the slab, whispered their final spell to unmake your meal. What lingers isn't just silence. It's memory, a scent, a presence. And in the corner of your tomb, a glint, dark green, dusty, ancient. You drift toward it. It's a jug, rounded, stoppered with resin, etched with care, still sealed, and on the label, in delicately painted hieroglyphs, wine of the western riverbank, vintage, year 21 of Ramses II. That's right. Tonight, you open your eternal wine cellar. Now, before you pop that cork and offer a toast to Osiris, you should know ancient Egyptian wine wasn't just a nice to have. It was sacred, luxurious, and, in the afterlife, essential. You glide through the cellar. Okay, more like a niche carved into the tomb's back wall. But in spirit, it's a sommelier's dream. Rows of amphorae, sealed with linen, resin, wax, and mud caps. Some are stamped with vineyard names. Others bear the winemaker's mark. This is no generic label stuff. This is bespoke, divinely blessed, funeral-only vintage. And it wasn't just for pharaohs. From the New Kingdom onward, even middle-class tombs included jars of wine, sometimes real, sometimes symbolic, but always carefully chosen. Egypt's climate didn't make wine easy. Most of the native alcohol was beer, brewed from barley and bread. But in the more fertile Nile Delta, and especially in vineyards managed by temples, they grew grapes. Lots of grapes. And those grapes became something magical. Red wine was considered a blood-like liquid, sacred, powerful, and occasionally spooky. It was linked to the gods, especially Osiris, who was often associated with death and resurrection, but also fertility and the vine. White wine came later, likely through trade with the Levant and Mediterranean. It had a lighter, more refined symbolism. Some tombs even had inscriptions specifying color: 2 jars of red, 3 jars of white, aged in the cool rooms of the House of Life. You pick up a jar now, well, mentally. The real one might weigh close to 40 pounds. It's inscribed with "Wine for the Ka of Tia," pressed in the fields of Ra's vineyard, vintage year 9. That's not just a label. That's a passport to divine indulgence. Some amphorae even include tasting notes, believe it or not. Sweet, balanced, made by the winemaker Paheri. Or, for festival use only, high strength, handle with care. You can almost picture the ka of a noblewoman smirking as she sips the spiritual version of a 120 proof Afterlife Merlot. And wine wasn't just poured into tombs for show. In some burials, archaeologists have found wine jars still full, the residue inside tested and confirmed as fermented grape. One famous discovery in the tomb of Tutankhamun revealed jars with chemical traces of rare earth and white wine, spiced wine, and even wine laced with mandrake and blue lotus, mildly psychoactive herbs, which raises the very real possibility that ancient Egyptian funerary wine was, essentially, hallucinogenic communion juice. Why? Maybe to help the Ka dream more vividly. Maybe to relax during the judgment process. Or maybe just because the gods, like humans, enjoy a little kick in their cup. You imagine now your Ka seated at a low table in the field of reeds, pouring wine from one of these ancient jars. The drink is thick, a little cloudy, rich with the scent of sun-ripened fruit, a hint of spice, and something otherworldly. It's not just indulgence, it's identity. Because in Egypt, what you drank told the story of who you were. If you had wine in your tomb, you had status. If it was sealed, labeled, vintage marked, you had legacy. If it was mixed with blue lotus, you had imagination. Some tombs even featured full wine lists, carved into walls like menus. Offerings of 7 jars of wine, 1 of Anab Hedge, white walls, 1 of Pernabit, House of the Golden Lady, 2 of the Eastern Orchard, 1 Sacred Red, pressed under the moon, 1 reserved for the festival of Koyak, 1 for Osiris himself. This wasn't showing off. This was future-proofing, because no one wants to wake up in the afterlife and find a shelf full of sour beer and yesterday's lentils. You want to open your cellar, read the glyphs, uncork a divine bottle, and sip something that says, "You made it." Even wine vessels were symbolic. Some were shaped like lotus buds, others like ankhs, the symbol of life. One tomb even featured a wine jug with a spout shaped like a crocodile, likely referencing Sobek, god of power and protection. Drinking from that jug? Probably a little terrifying, but undeniably cool. And if wine wasn't your thing, there were options. Pomegranate juice, date wine, palm sap fermentations, even beer wine hybrids brewed with grapes, barley, and honey. It might sound strange to modern palates, but in the afterlife, fusion drinks were all the rage. You raise your imaginary goblet now, watching as the spirit liquid inside catches the light of eternity. It's sweet, deep, sharp, with memory. A drink not made to dull the senses, but to awaken them. Because in the land beyond death, you toast not to endings, but to the feast that never runs dry. To the ka, you whisper, and drink. Section 29. The wine warms you, or rather, warms your ka, in that soft, glowy way that only an afterlife vintage aged in divine cellars can. You've eaten your scarab-shaped cakes, accepted fake loaves with real faith, and sipped mandrake-laced Merlot under the judgmental gaze of hieroglyphic jackals. But now, it's time for dessert, because even in the afterlife, you deserve a sweet ending. And the ancient Egyptians? Oh, they had a sweet tooth, a divine, honey-glazed, fig-stuffed, date paste-filled sweet tooth. So let's dive into the part of the eternal menu that sparkles with joy, the sugarless, spice-rich desserts table of the dead. You float through another chamber in your tomb, this one less solemn, more whimsical. The walls are painted with garlands of papyrus and acacia. Musicians strum lutes in the corners. A woman holds out a tray filled with tiny golden orbs. Not coins, pastries. Let's start with the basics. No sugar. That's right, no cane sugar in ancient Egypt. It hadn't made the trip over yet. But who needs it when you've got honey? Real honey. Thick, golden, straight from the hives of temple apiaries. The Egyptians worshipped bees as messengers of the gods, and honey was more than food. It was medicine, magic, and dessert gold. You dip your spoon into a dish now. Smooth date paste, blended with honey, and a pinch of cinnamon, rolled into small balls and dusted with ground sesame. You take a bite. Your ka practically levitates with delight. This, dear listener, is the original energy bite. Paleo, plant-based, and spiritually blessed. These sweetmeats weren't just festival food. They were afterlife essentials. Tombs of nobles have yielded remnants of sticky cakes wrapped in linen, sometimes baked into animal shapes. Others were shaped like flowers, stars, even tiny ears. Historians still debate that one, possibly symbolic, possibly someone just really liked ears. Then there were the lotus cakes, soft, infused with blue lotus flower, drizzled with date syrup. They weren't just snacks. They were experiences. Mildly sedative, mildly euphoric, and deeply connected to Hathor, the goddess of joy, love, music, and yes, intoxication. To eat a lotus cake was to invite divine relaxation. You feel it now. The gentle dreaminess creeping into your ka as the imaginary cake melts on your tongue. A flavor older than pyramids. A softness that says, shh, don't worry. You made it. And then there's the fig magic. Figs were everywhere in Egyptian life. Fresh, dried, stewed, stuffed. They appear in offering lists more than almost any other fruit. One recipe, reconstructed by modern food historians, involves mashed figs, ground nuts, honey, and coriander pressed into a kind of chewy bar, then baked until glossy. Fig Newtons, child's play. This was a pharaonic power snack. You glide past a shelf of offerings stacked with dried fruit bundles wrapped in palm leaves. Inside, raisins, dates, jujubes. Yes, actual fruits, not just candy. And slices of melon, sun-dried until they resembled leathery strips of heaven. Even poor Egyptians, those buried without temples or gold, tried to include something sweet. A single fig, a lump of dried honey cake, a smear of syrup on linen, because sweetness, to them, meant comfort. And no one wanted to face the underworld with a bitter taste in their mouth. One particularly touching find in a modest grave near Thebes, a flat bread folded around a piece of date paste, clearly handmade, burnt slightly on the edge. No spell, no priestly blessing, just a mother, maybe, sending her child into the afterlife with a final piece of love. Historians still argue whether these desserts were purely symbolic or truly meant for the Ka to consume. But the consensus is clear. You don't skip dessert when feeding the dead. Even gods got sweet plates. Festival feasts for Hathor included honeyed breads and sesame wafers. Thoth was honored with fruitcakes, Osiris with raisin wine buns, and Bastet, goddess of pleasure and home, was sometimes offered cat-shaped date cookies. And then there's the dessert for Ra, the sun god himself. During the Festival of the Valley, worshippers baked golden loaves with fruit in the center to symbolize the rising sun. These were round, radiant, and deeply spiritual. One was always left uneaten, placed on an altar to light the next morning's offering with sweetness. Back in your tomb, your Ka dips a honey spoon into a tiny alabaster bowl. The sweetness is thick, floral, with a hint of acacia. You lick it clean. It's not just taste, it's celebration. Because desserts weren't just indulgent. They were hopeful. A way to say, I made it. I'm still here. I remember what joy tastes like. So you sit now, full in spirit, sipping sweet wine, nibbling a lotus cake, watching your own eternal dessert spread glow with the soft, golden promise of memory. You smile, because even in eternity, there's always room for one more bite. Section 30. Your Ka leans back, positively radiating satisfaction. A lotus cake in one hand, a honey-dipped fig in the other. Wine slowly warming in your belly. Or, well, whatever part of a soul drinks in sweetness. But just as you begin to settle into this blissful after-dinner haze, you hear something. Not music. Not the rustle of linen. A voice. Quiet at first, then louder, echoing faintly from the painted walls. HTTP. It's a phrase you've seen over and over again, inscribed beneath every offering table, carved above every loaf, painted behind every roasted duck. An offering which the king gives. And you realize now, this whole time, you weren't feasting alone. You were being sponsored. Tonight, we dive into the ritual formula that powered it all, the HTTP onswe. Let's rewind. You glide now through a dusty temple hall, its columns striped with shadow, its floor swept clean by centuries of devotion. At the center stands a priest. He holds a scroll, raises his voice, and begins to chant. An offering which the king gives to Osiris, Lord of eternity, that he may give bread, beer, oxen, fowl, alabaster, and incense. And you're thinking, wait, what does the king have to do with your lunch? Everything. In ancient Egypt, no mortal, not even a high priest, could access the divine directly. You needed a middleman, a sacred authority with one foot in the world of men and one sandal in the realm of the gods. That was the pharaoh. The HTPDINSW offering formula was a kind of spiritual power of attorney. It stated that the king, on your behalf, was presenting offerings to the gods, who in return would give you the good stuff: bread, beer, eternal life, maybe even dessert seconds. You see it on stelae, tomb walls, coffins, statues, and even spoons. It's the most repeated phrase in ancient Egyptian funerary culture, and it always begins with that solemn invocation: HTP Dianeswed, sometimes followed by Ra, sometimes Osiris, sometimes a whole divine buffet. It's a legal framework, a metaphysical supply chain. Without it, your offerings might just fizzle. But with it, you're linked into the cosmic pantry. And here's the thing. It didn't matter if the actual king had anything to do with you. You could be a nobody, a village brewer, a modest scribe. As long as you wrote the formula, you got the perks. Because the formula itself was a spell. It activated your tomb. It turned symbolic food into spiritual nourishment. It said, in no uncertain terms, this person deserves to eat forever. Imagine writing that into your will today. Historians still argue whether this was just symbolic language or if people genuinely believed the pharaoh spiritually co-signed every individual offering. Either way, it worked. The formula stuck around for thousands of years. In fact, its power lasted so long, it survived the collapse of dynasties, even during times of political chaos. When no actual pharaoh ruled all of Egypt, people still wrote, an offering which the king gives, in their tombs. As if the office itself, regardless of who sat on the throne, still connected them to the gods. It's the equivalent of using an old password because it still works. And sometimes they got creative. In one tomb, the formula reads, an offering which the king gives to Anubis, and which my wife also gives because she's more reliable than priests. Petty? Yes. Iconic? Absolutely. You float now into a modest tomb chapel, a shrine to a scribe named Bakenkonsu. His walls are covered with offering lists, but every single one begins with the formula. His children couldn't afford lavish sculptures or real food, so they painted trays full of offerings, each one labeled with spells and stamped with HTP Diensterabe to Osiris, that he may give bread and beer. And even now, thousands of years later, that offering still stands because the spell was perpetual. Some tombs even included instructions for passers-by. O living ones, who pass by this place, say the offering formula for me, that I may receive bread and beer in the next world. Yes, you could crowdsource afterlife snacks. You look now at your own tomb's false door. At the foot of it, in careful hieroglyphs, the formula is inscribed, an offering which the king gives to Anubis, he who is upon his mountain, that he may give voice offerings of bread, beer, and all good and pure things. Voice offerings. That's the key. The spoken word was enough. If someone remembered you, said the formula, even just whispered your name in passing, your ka could perk up, shuffle to the offering table, and receive a spiritual snack. Warm, real, meaningful. The food didn't even have to be there physically. The words summoned it, and so, for centuries, people added their names to walls, asked for their formulas to be recited during festivals, and taught their children to say the words. Because in the end, it wasn't just what you packed for the afterlife. It was who remembered to order your eternal lunch. So now, as your ka sits in quiet satisfaction, surrounded by lotus cakes and red wine, you hear the old words again. Not from a priest, not from a king, but from somewhere far away. A whisper, a reader, someone standing in a museum or scrolling through a podcast app. They see your name, speak it aloud, and murmur, an offering which the king gives. And suddenly, there it is. Bread, beer, memory, magic. Section 31. The words still hang in the air, ancient syllables wrapped in soft, modern breath. An offering which the king gives. That quiet invocation settles across your tomb like morning light. You, your ka, the food. You've all become part of something larger now. But what about the ones who weren't king? Or scribes? Or priests? What about the forgotten souls? The ones whose names no longer echo? Whose tombs were never built? What, you wonder, did the afterlife look like for them? Let's leave your finely carved offering table behind for a moment. You pass through limestone corridors, down crumbling steps, into tombs that are humbler, simpler, sometimes barely more than a pit in the sand. And yet, even here, there is food, crumbs of bread, shards of beer jars, a dried fig wrapped in linen, a flatbread folded lovingly around mashed chickpeas. These are the offerings of the ordinary dead. They didn't have access to sculptors or painters or priests, but they had families, neighbors, friends who cared, people who left what they could, even if it was just a half loaf of bread and a whispered word. And sometimes that was more than enough. In the necropolises of ancient Egypt, especially in the sprawling cemeteries around Thebes, Saqqara, and Abydos, archaeologists have found thousands of humble graves. No inscriptions, no spells, but inside, simple food, sometimes wrapped in reed mats, sometimes tucked into reused pots. One such burial held just a body, curled gently, and a single pomegranate pressed into its hands. That's it. No gold, no statues, just fruit. A gift, a prayer, a symbol of sweetness in the next world. Historians still debate whether these minimalist burials were signs of poverty, changing beliefs, or regional customs. But one thing is clear. Even the poorest Egyptians believed in feeding the dead. And if they couldn't afford food, they gave words. In ostraca, those shards of broken pottery used like notepads, we found notes from loved ones written to the deceased. Some are prayers, others just simple messages. I miss you. May you eat well with Osiris. This is for your ka. I offer you bread and beer. No temple, no king. Just love carved in ink. And sometimes even strangers stepped in. On festival days, especially during the beautiful feast of the valley, when families would visit the necropolis, people often left extra food on tombs. Not just their relatives' tombs, but others, forgotten ones, crumbling ones. Because feeding the dead was never just personal. It was communal. Even today, you can walk through these sites and find ancient picnic remains, melon rinds, chicken bones, wine jugs, all left in corners of sand-worn tombs. Offerings not to a name, but to whoever might be listening. And perhaps That's the truest form of reverence. Not grand sculptures or official spells, but quiet acts of kindness. You pass now through a crumbling grave. No hieroglyphs, no statues. But tucked into a broken niche is a small piece of bread, blackened with age. Next to it, a line scrawled in faded ink. To the one whose name I do not know, may you never hunger. That might be the most powerful offering of all. Your ka pauses, because you know that in the fragile economy of the afterlife, remembering someone else's hunger feeds your own soul, too. In later periods of Egyptian history, the concept of shared offerings became even more pronounced. Community tombs, group rituals, even state-sponsored festivals where the living were encouraged to offer food not just to ancestors, but to all forgotten souls. There was a belief that if you gave generously in life, offered food, said names, left gifts, your ka would be remembered in turn. It was a kind of spiritual pay-it-forward system. And so, even those who died alone, unmarked, unnamed, still received offerings from strangers, from passers-by, from future archaeologists who, upon finding a crumbling grave, whispered, "May your spirit eat," just in case. Because no one deserves to be hungry forever. Back in your own tomb, your ka watches as a new tray is placed before you. You don't recognize the visitor. They say nothing. Just leave a small cake, fig and barley, and turn to go. And suddenly you realize you've become one of those remembered ones, not just because of your painted walls or carved offerings, but because someone still cares. Maybe someone in the far future. Maybe someone reading your name aloud. Maybe someone tonight, listening in the dark. A voice, a whisper, a piece of cake. That's enough. Because even if the king forgets, even if the priests retire, even if your tomb crumbles into the Nile's dust, a stranger's kindness will find you, and you'll eat again. Section 32. The taste of fishk and barley lingers in the soft space behind memory, and your ka closes its eyes, if it has eyes at all. A stranger's kindness just restored your place at the eternal table. And in the great spinning engine of the afterlife, that little act echoes, because now you wonder, what if the offerings stop? What if no one leaves food anymore? What if your name isn't whispered, your formula unsaid, your table left bare? Is hunger your final fate? The ancient Egyptians asked that same question, and they didn't like the answer. So they invented a plan, a backup system. Tonight, we unravel the secret of the self-replenishing tomb. You return to your painted chamber. The bread on your offering table is real, yes, and the sculpted loaves, the wine jars, the date-stuffed pastries, they're symbols with magical oomph. But the walls are where the real magic lives. Because carved into stone, painted in ochre, red, and lapis blue, are long, poetic offering lists, meticulously itemized. Not just bread and beer, but types of bread, precise quantities, specific flavors, even days of the week. 4 loaves of white barley bread, sweetened for morning. 1 jug of red beer, strong. 2 geese roasted with coriander. One cake, round, with lotus. Incense, cool water, and fruit for midday. Fresh greens and honey bread for the evening. It reads like a menu crossed with a spell book. Because that's exactly what it is. The Egyptians believed in the power of words as reality. If you wrote something with enough care and spoke it, it became true. The walls of your tomb weren't just decoration. They were machines. Every time someone read the offering list aloud, or even walked past it, the food reappeared, magically, spiritually, in perpetuity. That's why so many tombs included not just lists, but full scenes. Carved kitchens, painted butchers, bread ovens glowing with imaginary fire, rows of servants bringing offerings forward like a ghostly catering team on eternal loop. One wall in the tomb of Mereruka even shows animated furniture, chairs walking themselves into place, dishes floating mid-air. It wasn't fantasy. It was spiritual automation. If no living person brought food, your paintings would do it. If no priest uttered the formula, your walls would whisper it for you. And if your Ka ever got worried, just walk into the mural. Inscriptions found in some elite tombs say things like, "O my Ka, if no bread is brought to you, turn your face to this wall and receive all good things." Like a divine sign QR code scanned by the soul. Historians still debate how literal this belief was. Some argue the paintings were symbolic, meant to remind the Ka of earthly pleasures. Others say these images were active spells, designed to function exactly as promised. And then, there's the Book of the Dead. By the New Kingdom, wealthy Egyptians began commissioning elaborate scrolls of papyrus filled with funerary texts, illustrations, and portable offering lists. These weren't left in tombs alone. They were wrapped with the mummy. Think of it as an afterlife user's manual, complete with emergency rations. One spell, often included, reads, "I have not died the final death. I receive offerings from the gods. I eat with the living, and I drink with the blessed." Even if no one remembered your name, the spell remembered you. And for those who feared their tombs might be robbed, walls defaced, or food forgotten entirely, there was one final insurance policy: Shabtis. Little figurines, often in the shape of workers or servants, carved from faience, stone, or wood, buried in boxes by the dozen, sometimes hundreds, each one inscribed with a spell to answer for you in the afterlife. Yes, they were mostly intended to do labor on your behalf, but some were chefs, bakers, beer brewers. Because if the food stopped coming, the Shabti would cook. Your Ka would never face an empty plate. And even if the tomb was vandalized, if your name was erased, your walls collapsed, there was still hope. Some Egyptians included backup names in hidden inscriptions. One nobleman's tomb includes this clever insurance line: "If my name is forgotten, let the stars speak it. Let the sky remember my bread." A poetic loophole. Because the real fear wasn't starvation. It was erasure. So they built systems upon systems, visual, magical, communal, divine, to keep the plates full and the memory alive. And in a strange way, they succeeded. Right now, thousands of years later, you're remembering them, saying their names, imagining their food. And their Ka might just be dining with yours, smiling from across the sands of time. Because the tomb isn't just a stone box. It's a machine of memory. And the feast never ends. Section 33. You sit back now in your imagined tomb, walls pulsing gently with painted magic. Bread loaves glisten eternally in pigment, ducks eternally roasted in ochre and soot. The offering lists hum with unspoken spells. Your ka is relaxed, belly full of metaphors and memory, soothed by systems designed to last longer than stone. But tonight, you begin to wonder, what happened when it all went wrong? Because as perfect as this afterlife buffet seems, not every tomb stayed sealed, not every priest stayed loyal, and not every offering made it to the table. Tonight, you face the great Egyptian fear, tomb robbery, and interrupted feasts. Let's start with something scandalous. You float through the Valley of the Kings, the grand necropolis of the New Kingdom. Royal tombs stretch beneath the earth like divine honeycombs. And yet, by the late period, almost every one of these sacred resting places had been robbed. Not just by bandits, by everyone. Local villagers, corrupt priests, tomb guards, even royal inspectors. Everyone wanted a piece of eternity. Gold, linen, amulets, even food. Imagine this. Your carefully wrapped duck, sealed in resin and linen, lifted from your offering tray, reheated over a desert campfire, and devoured by a hungry man with a shovel and no sense of cosmic shame. Insulting, right? But it happened. A lot. Historians have unearthed tomb robbery records, written in legal papyri during the 20th dynasty. These read like criminal court documents. They entered the tomb of the servant of the place of truth. They took bread, jars of beer, a goose, and broke open the chest of offerings. In some cases, entire tombs were recycled, body removed, name chiseled out, new occupant moved in. Imagine being evicted from your own afterlife. That's cosmic identity theft. So how did the ancient Egyptians deal with this terrifying prospect? They got creative. First, traps. Some tombs included false chambers, decoy passageways, and heavy stone slabs designed to confuse and crush. Others had hidden offering niches tucked away behind secret panels where backup food could be placed for safekeeping. Still, thieves got smarter. So the dead turned to curses. You've probably heard of these, those melodramatic warnings carved above tomb doors. Cursed be he who disturbs this resting place. May the crocodile devour his face. Yikes. Some curses were oddly specific. One tomb reads, "May your beer turn sour. May your bread turn to dust in your mouth." Food-based revenge? Deliciously petty. Were these just literary flair? Maybe. But the belief in their war was real. Tombs were living systems, and disrupting them meant disrupting the universe. And when tombs couldn't be protected, the rituals adapted. By the third intermediate period, tomb builders knew looting was inevitable, so they began placing fewer physical offerings and leaning into symbolism. More painted food, more carved spells, less roast goose, more magical insurance. In a sense, they were moving from hardware to software. Your KA didn't need the physical jug of wine if it had a perfectly rendered image of it, labeled, blessed, and ready to materialize. And if the tomb was robbed entirely, the festivals would remember you. The most important, the beautiful feast of the valley. Each year in Thebes, families crossed the Nile with baskets of food, wine, flowers, and incense. They visited tombs, both grand and humble, and brought offerings. not just to their ancestors, but to anyone who'd been forgotten. Old tombs were cleaned. Fresh bread was left. Children learned the names of the long dead and whispered them aloud. For one day, the dead dined again, no matter what had been stolen. It was a reset button for the afterlife, but there were deeper fail-safes, too. The ancient Egyptians believed that divine justice, Me'at, would ultimately rebalance all things. If your tomb was robbed, the gods knew. If your offerings were stolen, your Ka would be compensated. If your name was lost, it could be found again in the stars. You drift now into a tomb that has been shattered. Its walls cracked, its offerings gone, its sarcophagus smashed. But on the remaining corner of one wall, faint but still legible, is this: "If I am robbed, let my name be spoken in the hall of judgment. Let Osiris restore my feast." That's hope. Hope that the spiritual economy continues, that your table can be rebuilt, even from ruins, that your Ka won't go hungry forever. And you know what? It works. Because even now, thousands of years later, someone is reading these names, imagining the loaves, recalling the wine, telling the stories, your story. So even if your tomb is empty, your table is not, because memory feeds the spirit. And every whisper, every retelling, every curious podcast listener imagining your fig cake with too much coriander, that's an offering. And your Ka smiles, because the feast still continues. Section 34. The tomb lies in quiet ruin behind you, looted, cracked, and weathered, but still glowing faintly with memory. You're beginning to see it now. The afterlife isn't a place of endless perfection. It's a place of maintenance, persistence, and belief. And like any kitchen, any home, any sacred hall, it runs on ritual. Which brings us now to the final thread in this spiritual pantry: the festival table. Because in ancient Egypt, eternity wasn't silent. It wasn't still. It was seasonal. And when the calendar turned, the afterlife came alive with ritual feasts, special dishes, and collective remembrance. Tonight, you're going to the party. Let's begin with one of the most beloved, the Feast of Koyak. Held annually during the month of Koyak, this festival honored Osiris, god of the dead, agriculture, rebirth, and seasonal snacks. You arrive in Thebes around the 18th dynasty. It's late autumn. The fields are muddy, with early Nile flooding. The people gather in temple courtyards, with woven baskets full of green barley sprouts, mud figurines, and, yes, special festival loaves. Osiris's myth is reenacted: his death, dismemberment, and triumphant return. All around, families place seed cakes and beer near shrines, symbolic of life rising from death. And during the night, a ritual meal is shared: barley stew, spiced goose, and loaves in the shape of the Djed pillar, Osiris's symbol of stability. The bread is dense, honeyed, and sometimes dyed green. It is rebirth you can chew. Then comes the Wag festival, the New Year celebration. Held around August, just as the Nile began to rise again, it marked the moment when the veil between the living and the dead grew thin. People floated little bread boats down the river, each one carrying offerings to the deceased. Figs, dates, flower petals, a lump of bread, maybe a dab of beer. And scrawled into the side, a name: Your name, maybe. It was symbolic mail. You didn't know if it would arrive, but you hoped. The feast of the valley was even bigger. We touched on it earlier, but let's dive deeper. It was part family reunion, part picnic, part citywide potluck with ghosts. Living relatives crossed from the east bank of the Nile to the western necropolis, the land of the dead. They came with flowers, songs, incense, and most importantly, food. There were grilled meats, beer jugs, date cakes, lentil stews, roasted onions, and fruit wines. Some tombs even had picnic platforms built just outside. Because what's the point of a feast if you can't recline in the sun with your great-grandma's mummy and a bottle of warm apricot beer? Imagine the scene. Whole families camped outside crumbling tomb entrances, laying out food, drinking, laughing, and talking to the dead. And the dead, of course, were listening. Many tomb inscriptions say things like, "Speak my name. Tell me of your life. Share your bread." It wasn't spooky. It was intimate. And when the living left at sunset, they often placed leftover offerings inside the tomb's offering niche, so the Ka could dine again. You drift now through one of these festivals. You smell roasted duck on the air, honey-smeared bread cooling in reed baskets, the sour sweetness of fermented grapes. A child places a lotus flower beside a statue and whispers, "I brought you your favorite." And maybe you did. These festivals weren't about grandeur. They were about remembrance through routine, because to remember someone was to feed them. It wasn't just the grand, calendar-marked events. Even small, daily offerings were woven into household life. Some families had domestic altars, little niches carved into walls where they placed a bit of bread each morning, a splash of beer, maybe a cooked onion, just enough. Enough to say, "I haven't forgotten." Even scribes made offerings on lunch breaks. We've found graffiti near tombs that say things like, "Hot today. Gave bread to uncle." Sometimes with a drawing of the bread. Sometimes just a smear of it pressed into the stone. And so even in times of drought, political collapse, or fading memory, the offerings continued, adapted, became more symbolic, but never vanished entirely. Because the Egyptians baked their beliefs into the rhythm of life, not just what they ate, not just when they feasted, but how they remembered. And as you return to your tomb, festival still ringing in your ears, honey still sticky on your Ka's fingers, you understand something deep. The afterlife wasn't a static kingdom. It was a calendar, a rhythm, a meal plan built on faith. And your seat at the table? It's still set. The wine is cool. The bread is warm. The incense is lit. And outside, in the land of the living, someone, perhaps right now, is lighting a candle, cracking a book, or hitting play on a sleepy podcast. And without even knowing it, they've just joined the festival. They've fed your soul. Section 35. You sit back now, your Ka bejeweled in the golden hush of eternal twilight. The feast has ended, yet not ended, because in this world, nothing ever really does. You've traveled from honeyed offerings to haunted silences, from stolen ducks to sacred mold, from scribbled bread lists to flower-laden festivals. And all of it, every grain of barley, every splash of fig wine was never just about the food. It was about remembrance. But before we let the table go cold and the candles burn low, there's one last thing to unwrap. It's not a fig, not a spell, not even a fake wax duck. It's a question. What was the point of it all? You rise gently, not physically, your ka moving through the soft pulse of tomb light. You walk again, past your offering table, still loaded. The beer is fresh. The bread is fragrant. The scene carved behind it still hums with activity. Bakers in mid-need, butchers poised with knives, servants mid-step with wine jars raised. A still life in perpetual motion. And on the far wall, near the corner, where visitors rarely look, there's a tiny inscription. Faded, simple, easy to miss. It reads, "So that I may eat and be remembered." That's all. No gods, no kings. Just hope. You see, for the Egyptians, food was never just food. It was a message, a love letter, a reminder written in bread and honey that someone had lived, laughed, feasted, and hoped to do so again. They understood something many of us forget, that eating is not just survival. It's communion, ritual, identity. And when you pass into shadow, what you most long for isn't cold, or fame, or a Netflix password. It's a warm plate, and someone to remember you loved it. Some scholars say the Egyptians were obsessed with death. But no, they were obsessed with continuity, with making sure that, even in silence, there was song. Even in darkness, a table lit by candle and prayer. Even in forgetting some small, sweet fragment of memory that said, "You mattered. You ate well. You are not gone." You trace the names on your tomb wall again, not just your own, but those of wives, brothers, children, even pets. You see one inscription of a tiny dog named Bebsi, who brought laughter. There's even a painted bowl beside it, filled with dried meat. Even Bebsi had an offering. Because if memory was love, then food was how you served it. You glide now toward the false door, the boundary between this world and the next. You hear distant flutes, the whisper of a festival starting again. Someone's child is lighting incense. A young woman reads a name aloud from a museum placard. Somewhere, a podcaster pronounces your dish poorly, but you forgive them. Your ka breathes deep. And as you take one last look at your feast, you see it anew, not as leftovers, not as symbols, but as a table set for every soul that dared to hope for one more night of laughter, one more fig, one more spoonful of lentils under the stars. And now, you're full. Wind down. The tomb grows quiet. The torchlight fades to gentle amber. Even the painted geese on the wall seem to settle, their outlines softening into the stone. You lie back, perhaps not in a bed, but in the soft memory of one, linen warmed by the sun of 1,000 yesterdays. The air is cool now, hushed, filled with that soft background hum of the past continuing just beyond the veil. There is no hunger here, no rushing, no forgetting, only a slow, drifting sense that all things once eaten are still with you. The bread, the wine, the love, the names. You close your eyes, or rather, feel them close in the gentle way the dreams arrive. The scent of date syrup lingers in the still air. Somewhere, someone is lighting another candle. And somewhere else, someone remembers your name. You are fed, you are known, you are home. So let yourself rest now. The kitchen is closed. The feast is over. But the memory? Oh, the memory never stops simmering. Let it carry you down into the soft river of sleep, gentle as the Nile, steady as an old prayer whispered into the dark. And if you wake again, the bread will still be warm. End of story. Wish you have a sweet dreams.